Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. Today we have Misery releasing in about an hour and a half, and I'm excited to try to brew a couple of things around her. I have a couple of ideas in mind, or directions that I'm wanting to go, but hopefully the first one will bring it back into relevancy. Skada, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And first, yeah, you're the first one that popped in. You were here quick, Skada. But before we have the card release, I'm going to be running a little bit of War Machine Move, which is kind of like this. It's a mixture between the scam of the War Machine Legion Stormline and then the high power output of the lower cost movement cards. So with this one, we typically skip the first couple of turns, and then we can either dominate the game or get out for one cube. And then big welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Krispy Kreme as well. And then on the YouTube side, John, welcome. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm excited to try Misery. I'm excited to see how it goes. It could be one of those cards that just ends up being so troublesome or problematic to like build around, or it could end up being one that just incredible. Misery Thanos sounds cool. Yep, I do have a Misery Thanos brewed. I have a couple of other Misery builds. What I did whenever I started looking was I kind of threw together all of the cards that I wouldn't mind getting destroyed if they were re-triggered. And so that way I could kind of start brewing some ideas around those cards and fitting some of those into the build in the most cohesive way I could. How's the sleep schedule? Oh man, yesterday was brutal. I fell asleep, woke up at 6 to get ready for work, went to work, and came home and fell asleep. It was bad. And then I woke up for a couple hours and then went back to sleep last night. And so I'm feeling better today. I'm feeling much better today. I feel like a human rather than a zombie. And that's definitely a step in the right direction. And then Maddie, you said, dude, I finally hit infinite because of your Onslaught Sarah deck. Huge, Maddie. I'm so glad that it worked for you. The Splat, yeah. The Splat deck. I gave credit in the deck explanation, so it wasn't like I was trying to say I built it, but it was the one I featured. So Misery I feel will just be bad. I don't know. So like even if it hits like White Widow, Double Clog is pretty good. Electro is probably the weaker of the two because you have two other ways that you would rather reinitiate it, in like a Blink or another 5 cost that to get rid of it. I can't. I don't know. Blink. You could do Lady. No. Yeah, you could do Lady Deathstrike to get rid of it. And I think there's one other. All of those have higher stats than what Misery would. But something like Psylocke, you can re-trigger it, get extra energy that follow-up turn. You can double steal a card with Cable. So like the mill style cards will all be pretty decent. If you're going with a less on-reveal heavy deck and you're just looking to like thin through decks, so like Living Tribunal, maybe you can make some cheeky use out of like the Double Jubilee. I don't know. We'll see. And then I think the Korg stuff might be in there. And then Liu X Net gifting 5 community gifted right off the bat. Thank you so much for the positivity. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm so glad that you're here. If you got one of the gifted subs, make sure to give them a big thank you in the chat. Chip Lover, you said it wouldn't let you send chat. I was the first to arrive. Well, Chip Lover, welcome in. You'll be first. You're first in my heart. Ninja Dave with Debris is just nuts. With Debris, it could get pretty crazy pretty quick, I think, if people aren't running away to like counter the Clutter, because it's just gonna be so many rocks around the board. Then Zon Aster, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And that you said, and I always feel like I will catch you at the wrong time. You're never gonna catch me at the wrong time. So I think Celine is probably just cope in like the Debris stuff, hitting like a goblin. I think it's just cope to hit it twice. And then there's also the hood. Hitting the hood and then destroying it gives you another free Div and another free way to get rid of that card. It's just I kind of ran out of space for cards that would be good to add in here. And so I think there's a couple of different builds. I don't think it's going to be insanely flexible because of the negative downside of that ability, where it destroys the cards. You could run it with armor, but I think that's way too niche because you're going to need both of those cards and your positive on reveals to be able to make it happen. I think it's just, I think those decks would be clunky. The idea is there that you could run armor, it'll re-trigger your on reveals and not destroy the cards. But I think it's just too many cards to make use out of consistently. And then Get 'em Dare, he said, thanks for kicking my butt quickly the other day. I was playing a quick game when I was off stage for a show I was doing and almost missed my entrance. Get 'em Dare, I remember that game too. Always good games whenever we run into each other. It's never a full butt kicking. And then 2place on the YouTube side. Nice to catch you for a quick bit before my lab. I'm so glad you were able to catch us. We're going to run a quick set of ads before jumping into the gameplay so that it doesn't interrupt any of the first few games that we're going to do. He said it, so I was thinking that Electro and the new card will go hand in hand. I think Electro has several options to get rid of him. So it has Blink, it has War Machine, I think both of which are higher base stats. You could also do Lady Deathstrike to get rid of it. And so I'm not fully sold on Electro Misery, but maybe that extra energy from it re-triggering makes it worthwhile. I don't know. So we'll see. We're going to run to the quick set of ads, and then we're going to jump into some gameplay. So they acknowledge the split rate change. Pull it up. Was it Second Dinner's account or Marvel Snap? Probably Second Dinner. So thank you to those who have alerted us to the Infinity split rates. So they're just acknowledging that they're looking into it. It's on Discord. Gotcha. The card comes out today? Yeah. So the card comes out at 2 p.m. So in about an hour and a half for those that aren't in Central Time. An hour and a half from now. So whenever the shop rolls over. And then Ruro Uni, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Chip Lover, you said you spent 676 on the game last month. So that's a lot. That's a lot. Hopefully you have the means to do it, and so it's not a big thing. Definitely spend within reason and within your means. But that should have gotten you some decent progress. All right, we should be back from ads. We're going to jump into a few games. You said as a Tampa resident, I'm going to request we don't play any Storm decks today. Bob Knob. That's first off, I hope that you have evacuated and you're in a safe area because the storm is ramping up and is getting pretty bad. So hopefully you're safe, because I know in a lot of places it's going to start moving in. I think it's tonight, and certain areas are already getting some offshoot rain from it. The Shadow King destroyed. We playing Move Machine? Well, we were going to for an hour and a half. I don't know if we continue. If it's upsetting for Florida people with the big impending storm coming in. But I think the Move Machine is a really strong spot. It's able to tackle a couple of of those cheese decks, a couple of the really strong decks. And then it can also just kind of have some finesse to win against a lot of other things with some good power output. Sizer's rank 1, playing that deck only? Yeah, it's very, very strong. It has a lot of avenues to be able to get power on the board. And so even if you don't have the perfect, like this happens very infrequently, the Storm War Machine Legion happens very, very rarely. But when it does, it is so tough to beat. Oh, you were joking about? Okay, Slavnob. I don't want to be insensitive because I do know that it's a big storm coming in. And if you haven't been able to evacuate, then I wish you the very, very best. Like I hope that you stay safe. Anybody that's in Florida or the surrounding areas. So we have the lead over here, even if they have a Jeff. So I would like to play at least like a Ghost Spider or something, but kind of what the deck can do when it hits the high roll. It's tough to beat. You also have a lot of cool ways to stop them from either dropping their own reveals, hitting them with an Goliath. So both those tech towards the Hela matchup to help us even those odds even more. You said you're so serious about the swag? I'd buy them out. What would it take to get you there? All I need is a good, I guess, design, and I'd be in. You didn't want to know what the issues were with the split rate. So when they added prismatic, I think inadvertently, hopefully it was inadvertently. I think it inadvertently reduced the chance of hitting like the better splits, so gold or black and white it's less likely to hit that split because there's another one added in now. So the bad thing about this deck is you get the combo, you only win a couple of cubes. Yeah, but it's one of those that so even if you don't get the full combo, so like this one, we're not going to get the War Machine Legion most likely, but we have several ways to still compete for this lane, and then maybe we just skip into an Infinite to win the other. So it gives us a lot of avenues to get some pretty impressive amounts of power down. So since this one is already stormed, I'm going to Madam Web into Vulture. Vulture, a single move to the left should be enough. And then we just look to win or overpower one other lane, whether that's a Cosmo, Infinite, an Goliath, or something. So I was passively playing this one yesterday, last night, and I climbed I was around 450 to about 320, and it just feels like it never feels like you're doing anything crazy. It's just so consistent at what it does. And then Oppress, you said I have an Amora. You think I should still spend keys for War Machine? War Machine right now is in a pretty solid spot. I'd say I'd lean towards yes. And then Calibrex, welcome in. Good morning. And then JJ Rolk, well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Ooh, I don't know if we ever want to drop Infinite off the ball. I'm gonna try just a storm. We can do War Machine later. But JJ Rolk, welcome in. Hopefully you had a great stream. Any of you guys that are jumping in and joining me from that stream, we're going to be brewing a little bit with Misery a little bit later on, about an hour and a half from now. But for now, we're running a little bit of Storm, War Machine, Scam / Move, which is so incredibly strong right now. It has so many paths to be able to sneak power out on the board. This deck is too oppressive for you, TLSG? Wait, I mean, I was a fan of Mill, was a fan of Clutter. I feel like this is right up my alley. Pablo. Misery Thanos? I brewed a Misery Thanos. I'm not fully sold on it, but hopefully it kind of brings Thanos back into relevancy. And so even if we didn't have the Legion here, we could very likely skip or just play something big into the Infinite and be able to win these two. But since we do have it, of course we're going to send it. So you're only nice on the outside? No, I'm not only nice on the outside. It's just for whatever reason, I like running the most diabolical decks. And then Technosis said, hey, TLSG, care if I say something kind of random real quick, but I pass out before I pass back out? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, within reason, of course. But yeah, go ahead. So I guess just an infinite and a win. So I always want to make sure we're above 3, like 3 power in case they do have a Jeff anywhere. But why did I thought I snapped. I thought I snapped into it for 2. We'll take the 1. But just like that, the deck feels like it doesn't do a whole lot. You're not doing a whole lot, but the low power or low cost cards are high impact, high power to swing lanes whenever you need to. So someone on my stream earlier said I give the same chill vibes as TLSG. Not sure it matters, but it meant the world to me. So nice, Technosis. So yeah, thank you for being so cool. Your commitment and personality is the reason that happened. Keep up the good work. That one, that's incredible. That definitely it's a harder. I don't know. It feels like a lot of streamers have different vibes, and everyone has their different vibe. But if that's what works for you, and that's like what's true to you, by all means, I am so happy that it's such a big compliment. And then Eldane said Cosmo feels so good right now. Yeah, Cosmo, Shadow King, Eliath, all of them have some incredible potential. Goodness, we are just rocking out the combo. You reckon we can get another win here? Storm Legion is my cue to leave. Yeah, Storm Legion. Wait, leave the stream or leave in a game? I hope it's not something bad enough that it should leave the stream. Say we still pass. We can do Ebony Maw later on. Door Machine in the key picks today with Misery. I believe so. We hate Storm Legion in this house. I mean, it is a more frustrating deck, I agree. Lockdown meta is probably one of the worst, and Clog, yeah, but Clog is so strong right now that you see a lot of it, and then you also see a lot of the like last turn Versi plays, and so it feels like outside of control, it's really difficult to. Feels like outside of control, it's really difficult to kind of gauge what that last turn potential can be, because there's so many variables and different things that are like viable right now. You said I love it. Got a new border. Okay. Did you play much of old Professor X? I loved one of my favorite decks, or like I guess most memorable decks maybe, was a one of my most memorable decks was like a Daredevil, Gamora, Professor X style build, where you could kind of choose which direction you went on 5 depending on what they played and where. And it was one of the favorite decks I've had of all time. I think Dagger left to mid. Dagger left to mid could be a little bit safer because you have an extra space to play. But I was hoping that they did something. Ooh, nice. I forgot they had the Aranya down. And so they were able to move it over here, and they do get the win in this lane. We have the win here. It just comes down to, do we beat... Can they put 12 more power down? Is the biggest question now. If you want to make it more impressive, use only pixel variants. We could do that. I don't know if I have the pixels for all of these. So with the Sage Aranya, that was a big one. Iron Man is not going to do it by 1, right? 18 by 2.
Can you understand me?
We'll take it. I reckon we'll take it.
Victory.
Then Hoffman, I'm new to Snap. Any advice to gather cards? I like move a lot, but don't have a ton of the important pieces. So the biggest thing for progression is completing your dailies and weekly missions. That's like the most credits and gold that you're going to get. Outside of that, it's hitting your rank marks, which is easier for some than others, but they give you a lot of progression in those currencies. And then finally would be doing Conquest, at least enough to get whatever currencies are available, which it used to have gold, but they took those out. So now it's just the credits. But card acquisition will take a while unless you're paying into it. And so try not to get too impatient. Just kind of enjoy the journey, unless because you can start spending a lot very, very quickly. Said if it had got hit by AG, yeah. If it had gotten hit by Agent Venom, we would have been in trouble. But if it did, yeah, we were cooked. Oh, Frank Puddles, that's another good one. Upgrading card from gray to green is the best. It's twice as efficient as any of the other ones. Any of the other upgrades from any of the other levels is the same rate, from green to blue, blue to purple, whatever steps after that, it's the same. But gray to the first green is like cost half as much. Newer players should try to complete a good cheap deck, like Destroy. Yeah, depending on how far you are. Looking at those pieces of like a deck that is efficient is that is efficient, that's within your reason or your means, is a big way to get started. I don't know, missions with gold, like especially so. I've seen a lot of people with that take, Pablo. I've seen a lot of people with the like don't buy missions or don't buy straight credits with gold, but I also know that they've been kind of dwindling down the amount of resources that you get from the gold bundles. Like the last one that's available, the Black Knight, you get less credits and less progression. You just get a free Black Knight, but you get much less credits than just buying the credits outright. And so I know that it's a common take, but I do kind of like using it for I do kind of like using gold for either flat credits or doing dinner while watching TLSG stream. Mr. Simba, welcome in. Yeah, rest in peace, Iron Fist for sure. We could do one of these, but then we don't get a copy of the dagger. If they do a vision, there's not a lot that we can do. Dagger right, ghosty right. That? Then it won't pull them. But I think we might leave out of this one. So if they, I'm worried that they have vision into a Taskmaster play. Yeah, the fist got deactivated because it pushed to the left. Otherwise, no, that's definitely a play we go with. We'll jump out of this one. I'm okay. We're risking the 1 cube. We had a really good run. We had like 4 or 5 games in a row that we were able to do well, get a good reach. A 1 cube loss, I think is fine. Then Mighty Mo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. We forgot about Aunt May's. No, I just was hoping that it went the other direction. So it was either that or play the Iron Fist first, or play the Iron Fist back into Aunt May's as well. Which, looking back at it, probably would have been the play. When do the drops end? The drops end on the 11th. So I think probably midday on the 11th. Or maybe it's end of day 11th. I can double check, but that's the last day that they're around. And then another set comes back on the 18th. So we're excited for that.
Snap.
And Chris from EU, hey TLSG, on a scale of Baron Mordo to Shang-Chi, how excited are you for Misery? I've never heard of that scale, but it seems like a pretty good one. I'm very tentative about Misery. He's one of those cards that has some really tough restrictions to build around, but at the same time, even though she has those tough restrictions to build around, she has a really impactful ability that's not mirrored anywhere else. So I'm thinking that she could either be really good or end up flopping really, really bad. So I'm excited, but also tentatively nervous. Yeah, we're getting a second drop for the year anniversary. Here at Mockingbird yourself. Ooh, Chris from EU. Mockingbird is pretty high up there. I'm expecting a flop. I'm hoping it's not a grandmaster level of flop, but congrats on the move to streaming full time. You should do another speedrun series through series 3. Yeah, so it's definitely on my radar. I want to do it.
Opponent snapped.
But I also want something to kind of change in the acquisition system first, so that it's kind of worthwhile to do it. So we'll see. We'll see if they bring something or make some change, but it's definitely something that I do want to revisit. Ooh, so it ends at the end of the 10th. Okay. Thank you, Technosis. Grandmaster is a great card with high potential. He just gets outshined. It's just he's tough to enable and tough to activate, which is where I think his downfall comes from. Vault could be good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because it's gonna shut down here anyways. Ah, the rogue. Yeah. Whenever they snapped into it, I was worried about a potential rogue, but I guess not. I guess not worried enough to not do it, right? Now they get our upside, and so I like to have either, more ideally, we can play like either Cosmo out early, or we play Madam Web, so we can play Madam Web into War Machine into a Madam Web lane, and then we have that kind of mind game of are we going to move it or not. But on that one, they got us. They got us with the rogue. Oh, good, good on them. So Grandmaster, I think, is just it's tough to get his value out consistently. So he's a card that it's so hard to lean onto when you're building a deck. So versus something like Dina, where you know she's always going to be about 9 to like 12 power, you can rely on that power in whatever deck you put her in. For Grandmaster, it's maybe I'll hit Korg, and like how much value does that actually give me for that game? Rogue meta? Yeah, I think Rogue is definitely pretty solid right now. Misery will be like Wiccan. Yeah, I think Misery is going to be one. She's tough to brew around or build around, but I'm hoping that we can find... I'm hoping that some kind of build ends up coming to the top and shining with her. And I think there will be. I think she's interesting enough and kind of cool enough that I think she will. Galactus could be kind of interesting. I don't know that we can throw down a lot of power after that, but we do have the option for Galactus. All right, let's go storm into the hub. All right, I need to force myself to sleep before that 6-second wind kicks in. Hopefully you have a good rest, Technosis. Thank you for popping in. Turn 4 OG Galactus? Yeah, it's the turn 4 OG Galactus. And it looks like maybe a Clutter deck. I don't know that I want to go with Galactus, but we always have the option to do it. No, we're not going to do it. We have the War Machine Legion line. We're going to... Unless they clutter us in the flooded lane this turn. Maybe I War Machine Vormir into Legion left. Because if they do like a Goblin, something else, or... more fun. Watching TLSG beat Snapster on YouTube right now is great. Wait. I didn't put it up there, did I?
Kneel before Galactus.
He'll make him kneel. I didn't up. Wait, why is Dexter salty? Oh, it's on his channel? Wait, why did he put it on his channel then? We could do War Machine. We could also do a Cosmo to stop any kind of clutter or anything that they want to do. Play Spider. We could do these two. They still have to sacrifice a card here, but I do like Cosmo. I think it's Cosmo and then just an Eliath. It's good base power. Infinite could also be the way, but oh, no more Shadow King. If this is a goblin or anything. And then Pong Ping 2002 and Vosh. Pong Ping with the resub with Prime for the 3rd month, and then Vosh with the resub for 6 months at tier 1. You said, how did I wind up here? Roll Raid? Yeah, it was a Roll Raid for sure. All right, let's go ahead and try the Eliath. I know that's not going to cancel any of their cards out, but I do think we'll be able to overpower them with the random Galactus that you'd love to see. The riot, but not the fun play. Yeah, Zer. I agree. He was like, "Oh snap, it's TLSG," and he totally destroyed me. What deck was I running? I think it was a deck that I had featured already, and I was just playing it a little bit more. But to be fair to Dexter, oh, hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. To be fair to Dexter, he wrecks me more times than I do him. I think he's won against me more often. It's very close, but I think it's stole his Iron Man. Oh. But yeah, that's right. Gotta said TLSG typically beats me with some sort of RNG. Where did that G-Man come from? The G-Man came from Valentina, which I got from the randomly generated location. I'm still salty about the Hella game last season. Wait, which Hella game? It's gotta. Next up, we have Chet. He said that was nasty. I was afraid that you were gonna have something to like counteract or block my stormed location when you snapped, and so I figured we push over for the Galactus. We stay for the meme dreams. We were trying to pump and just got lucky with my Hella roll. Oh, I'll spot it. That is unfortunate. But sometimes it does happen. So we can always do Madam Web. We could throw an Ebony Maw, move it later. I don't know if we necessarily want to. Or we can throw next turn another Madam Web and we can duplicate a dagger. That's going to help us with a lot of back and forth power. I snapped on the magic. Yeah. So whenever you snapped, I figured there was something that you had that would counteract our storm lane, and so we pivoted. TLSG beats everyone. And so I play a lot. I play a lot of Snap because I do really enjoy the game. And so like even whenever I get done streaming, there's some times where I'll be winding down at night, and I like I did 11 or 12 hour, like 11-hour stream the other day. And then I was winding down and I was like, I'll play some Snap. I don't know why I have a problem, but I enjoy it enough. Bosch said, let's see what TLSG is playing today. Surely it's not a toxic deck. The Storm War Machine lead. Oh, yeah. Oh, the order, so we could have pulled Dagger. Yeah, you're probably right. But this way we can do both Dagger and Vulture and kind of start moving both, maybe. Although Sage being duplicated is very scary. It can confirm played against you playing this deck last night. Yeah, Unfit Parrot. I was winding down trying to get ready for sleep, and I ended up climbing like 100 ranks with the deck. He offsets his deck toxicity with his wonderful attitude. That's the fortunate upside. I don't know why I enjoy the most diabolical decks, but I absolutely love them. Yoshi, what are your thoughts on today's card release? I'm a little bit nervous. Like I feel like it could potentially flop really, really bad. But it could also be one of those that ends up doing really well. We can always move Vulture. Dagger goes up to 12, 18, 19, so we would need 9 to 10 more. Maybe it's more so we give up on the right lane. Oh, but oh, never mind. No, we weren't. We run. We run. They have the Sage that goes into Camartage. They just blow it out of the water. Humongous Sage, yeah. And then Akshay Mahdi, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 4 months. I hope you have a great day as well. And that's just in time for our ads to run really quickly to keep pre-rolls disabled. We win left and right. Right, we have to beat 28. Moving the dagger is 12. Or goes up to 18. So we would still need another 10, which would be like a vulture move and then pull back to the right. And then I think left would be a problem. There was a way. So move the right vulture, what, here? Get double Iron Fist vulture left. Yeah, but to do that, we need the space here, right? So I guess you could... You could double Iron Fist, vulture all the way over, pull it back this way, which would be 6, 12, 18... 12, 18... wouldn't be enough in the right. Both dagger when right, leaving one spot for vulture. But we could only move one of the daggers. If we could move both, we can only move one of these two. If we could move both, then yeah, we definitely had it. So it was just one dagger to the right. There may have been a way, but it was a very intricate way that I wasn't going to be able to find. Misery is also what it feels like to be TLSG's opponent sometimes. Whenever I used to... Oh, I forgot it was ad time. Whenever I used to run mill nonstop, definitely probably felt like Misery. The Madam Web Storm is pretty odd. What, in this deck? It gives us a good like backup line for the movement cards or just repositioning our cards that we think might get targeted by like a rogue. As they're finishing up, I actually have one of my factor meals today. We have chicken Alfredo pasta. And so since I worked this morning, I came home, got one out of the fridge, heated up real fast, and then it's ready. He said, Glenn just responded to me, Misery plus armor. I confirmed that Misery doesn't care about whether the cards are destroyed or not. Yeah, that's the way that the wording, that's what I would have assumed, Calibrex. I'm glad that we have confirmation. But since the wording is listed as it re-triggers and then destroys, that's how I figured it would have went. But I think that that's definitely an avenue that we can go. But it feels like it would probably be more... I feel like it would be pretty inconsistent. Because we're going to need armor probably by 2, at the latest by 3, and then we need at least a turn to be able to get our strong on our reels down, and then Misery. Wait, you can play Pocket from Spain? Did they expand it? That's huge, Danny. I'm so excited that it's getting a little bit closer. It'll be here before too long. Now you can move back from New Zealand. You're good to go now.
Snap.
Are not destroying non-on reveals. Makes her interesting. Yeah. And so there are some interesting ways that I think we'll be able to brew her. But it feels like a card that could potentially be one of those that's like, is it worth the investment into like the potential to get like this good effect going? And I don't know. I'm gonna miss New Zealand. The weather was beautiful. Oh, all VPN requirements? Hold on. As a matter of fact, I moved back from New Zealand today. So let me try. I was sad because I wasn't going to be able to play Pocket anymore. So I need to confirm now. I moved back. I just got my bags unpacked. Yeah, no, we're good. We're in. We have boosters to unlock. Beautiful.
Wind, aid my hand.
So I guess as long as you can download it, you're good to go. What's your favorite snap card regarding ability? I really like Miss Marvel. Not Miss Marvel, sorry. Captain Marvel. I think Captain Marvel is a really interesting card design and card space. Alright, so we have the mirror. So I don't think Captain Marvel has ever been like broken, but her being able to pressure all 3 lanes at the same time makes it kind of tough on the opponent to have to play around it. And I think that's just a really cool like aspect to have. Since they have the War Machine down, I think we kind of go, maybe it's Legion into Ant Maze and just cause like a crazy last turn Vulture play. Or Vulture Dagger. I just got 2 Blastoise EXs, and here I am without a single one, Danny. But which pack is Blastoise in? I haven't opened much Charizard pack, which could be why I don't have it. And then Hataru's TLSG, good sir. What is your favorite pizza toppings? I'm pretty plain. I just really enjoy like pepperoni, like plain pepperoni on it. But I do like extra sauce. That'd be like the one thing that I do that's, I guess, different. So let's Iron Fist. Vulture, it moves and it moves. Then we can do Dagger. See where it goes. Give it a shot. Is it Misery Clog that will be the answer? I don't know. I don't know if it's Misery Clog, Misery Thanos, Misery Mill. Vulture always goes right. Does he? Lands here, goes to the left. He can't go back to mid. Milzery. Milzery, it's like the name is right there. Danny got extra perks for moving to New Zealand. Oh. A better pull rate if you were located directly there. And I think there's definitely a line that they could have won with this. But them having both of their move cards already down on the board, I think makes it a little bit more difficult for them to like navigate that in game. Have you tried Sizer's version? I haven't. Well, I tried one with Human Torch a couple of days ago. And I was running into a lot of Killmonger at the time, so I cut it. But I think it gives a good backup line, another like really big power output with the Human Torch. And of course, Sizer's ranked #1, rocking a very similar deck build to this. So I think there's a lot of ways to build this with just maybe like 1 or 2 cards different. Like I've seen it without the Ebony Maw, I've seen it without the Infinite, for a few more move pieces to like really lean into that side of it. Calibrex, sorry to say this, but I think I can watch this for longer. Have a nice time. I still get a good giggle out of it every single time. All right, let's go Vulture, see if he pulls into Great Web. And then we have like our War Machine line. We have Madam Web that we can play into Great Web, be able to move cards back out, which I think gives us a big advantage over what Truth is running. If I was to tell you the truth. So if they don't play an Asgard this turn, Dagger's going to move over there. They could do like a Falcon. D. Greenethy said, I've been rolling Conquest with a Dracula dump. Thank you for putting me on it. D. Greenethy, hopefully it's working well for you. That's super exciting. Okay, so they did beast the left lane back in. So even if Dagger moves, it's only 1. but it doesn't. So they don't get the card draw from Asgard. Neither do we. Dagger 0. We can always, like, War Machine. No, you don't want that there. In War Machine, we can throw down a Cosmo. I think it's War Machine for now. Next turn, we can always drop, like, Ebony Maw, Cosmo, Iron Fist. Do you like Agent Venom so far? I do. I think he's a really good kind of mid-range card that helps with a lot of high-impact cards that typically lack power. And so I think he's a really interesting card that we'll see quite a bit of play. War Machine and Spotlight Stay is huge. Yes. There's a lot of decks with War Machine right now that are really, really strong. I was stage-year-old when I learned about the gray to green upgrade value. Really, that one guy? Yep, it's half. It cost half as much. So unfortunately, neither of these pulled over. We can go Eliath. We could go like Cosmo, Ebony Maw, Iron Fist. Hope one of these two is what pulls over there. Ideally, the dagger. Then Max said, "Hey TLSG, how's stream going today?" Stream's going well so far. Definitely enjoying it. I'm glad to be back. So I needed a day of recovery. Like it was, I was completely spent. No, that was the call. It could have been anything else but the Ebony Maw. Any of the other two, and we won that. Any of the other 4, and we won that. They hit the 1 out of 5 high roll. That's rough. That's a rough one. That's okay. We would take that odd every single time. Should have moved War Machine mid. We should have. But had Dagger pulled over it, we would have been able to win this way. And then if Vulture pulled over and they put any power here, we would have lost. And so I wanted to kind of split it up. I actually said I was on here lurking and chatting until like 4 a.m. Monday morning. And until 8 a.m. this morning. Got an hour of sleep and then went to classes. Yep. Yesterday when I got home from the half day at my current job that I'm leaving, by that point I was spent. General Sergeant, you said I may have missed the food preview. New factor meal today. Yeah. So I can. I can make it a little bit. I'm still afraid of changing scenes because it freezes my OBS and crashes the stream. So we just have a chicken parmesan and some broccoli. I came home from working the morning shift and did not have much time in between, like prepping for the card release. And so that's one of my favorite things about Factor is that it's so quick to be able to put together. And it tastes just like you're eating like almost a home cooked meal, and so it doesn't remind me so much of like microwavable meal, which is always good. Ooh, ah. TLSG casted in large. I did indeed, and then I did an undo spell. All right, so Scream is a little bit unfortunate. I don't really want to move this guy anymore. So maybe we don't. I guess throwing it into Tarnax isn't good. Great. All right, we're going to go Dagger over there. We'll turn it into something else. We're not going to move it. I want to be like TLSG when I grow up. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. I mean, start small. Try being a TL first, then work yourself up. Probably a good call. Agent Venom actually wasn't. Oh, I guess if we draw Infinite, yeah, it's the big boy Infinite for sure. 40 minutes until the new card. Yes, I'm so excited. I guess we War Machine and Brooklyn Bridge, since we'll be able to play there on the following turns. It's either that or we throw in like Storm to start limiting where they can play. He said I'm retired Navy, so I'm here to spread joy and enjoy myself as well. That's all we can do, Rambo. We're all living the same story, the same direction, and there's enough negativity in the world. We might as well spread positivity. Max said only 7.2 channel points until I can find out what TLSG means. It'll be here before you know it. Let's go ahead and throw Legion to Brooklyn Bridge. I'm gonna. Oh wait, we already snapped. No, we didn't. All right, we'll snap into it. That'll make it where I think wherever they played this turn, they won't be able to play next turn. But maybe not, since we don't have priority. I don't know for sure. All right, so Arrow with the big impact, unfortunately. No, they get to play wherever, don't they? Yeah. With Scream, we don't want to move our cards. I think the snapback was probably unhelpful. Otherwise, it's like that, and I think that loses. Misery Day. Misery Day is a funny title. Yeah. Also, Milsery. Milsery, I think, has the funniest title, so that's probably the one I try first. I forgot what L and TLSG stands for. I definitely remember the rest. It stands for Leon. Got a 20 SP behind you. Watch out. We'll be neck and neck the whole time. The minute I hit infinite, I'm gonna cook so hard with Misery in my hot class. Yeah. I think Misery on like the core Grok slide would be great. I'm just wondering if you have enough power output otherwise to still be like relevant there. But that was definitely one of the cards that I had in my list of cards that like I would want to get hit and wouldn't mind if it was destroyed. If mill decks start taking over the meta, I might become one of those Arisham stands. Yeah, I agree. I agree as well. So what is this? Okay, so the snap here is from the, no, it's not from the Black Swan. Here's what it was from. So no War Machine, but we can do like Iron Fist, Dagger, Ghost Spider. We'll send the left lane. Looking forward to whatever you have, whatever brew you have for Misery. She seems like a noob trap in most other card games. Yeah, she definitely could potentially be one of those that just doesn't perform. I'm hoping. Misery loves Clogpenny. I like it. She seems like one that could be just really, really bad. But wait, they have War Machine? Are they gonna have Legion? Are we gonna get anti? Oh man. We're gonna get countered. Ooh, but we just can't play in the left lane. And then 1MV, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 3 months. Let's go. Thank you for being here. Snap? I don't know. We still have a weak left lane. And so I don't know if it's a snap worthy. Can't stop the top deck power. Exactly. Like our play on the last turn is 14 power, so it's Legion, Ebony Maw. And if they have Infinite, or if they like, let's say they overpower this left lane this turn, We can't hold our own against Infinite.
Hello, so happy.
If we top deck an Infinite, maybe? No. No such luck. I forgot about Titan. Had we top decked it, we would have been okay. Maybe. We'll give him the 2. And we're getting closer and closer to Skada's SP. Skada, if you won that one, you're probably right around the same time as us. That's okay. This deck definitely has ebbs and flows, but it's just about maximizing whenever you do get a good one, and then trying to mitigate whenever you get the downside. So never losing more than like 1 or 2. Trying to win as many as you can. Next up, we have Jake. 39? 37. We do get our Storm play. And then on the YouTube side, we have Jinjo, we have Prince Waldron, we have Hink, and My 40. Any possible replacements for Madam Web? Not in this version. Like if you were to drop the Madam Web, you would probably drop the movement scam pieces altogether. Insurance salesman always finds you. I mean, at least he's wearing khakis. Storm and Shadowland may not be awful, so that they can't hide stuff behind him. The Invisible Woman. Wait, Technosis, I thought you were grabbing some sleeve. He's here to discuss your car extended warranty.
Wind, aid my
He's been looking for me
hand.
everywhere. He finally found me. Told him I was happy with my current provider, and he said he wasn't going to take that for an answer. So, without Aranya, Storm in the right lane is actually pretty rough because we can't do it in like an Iron Fist to move over there. So we probably shouldn't have right laned Stormed. You could play an ongoing deck where you Misery Spectrum. Would that be good? I think if you're gonna do that, it'd be better to do Wong, right? Because then you could do Wong as an ongoing card that does essentially the same thing for Spectrum. It just would be a little bit, I guess, more restrictive on how you can get that done. So Gwenpool, Killmonger. It looks like maybe this is a Seraph Flood deck. I did run a little bit of Seraph Flood the other night. So I would imagine Shadow King, Hitmonkey, probably Rogue. I just can't shut my brain off. That makes sense. So the Quake coming in. So it was Quake plus a 3 cost, so I'm assuming Hitmonkey. Do that. We could also do Cosmo. If we were confident in this being Hitmonkey, we can drop Cosmo, because it won't reveal until after the Invisible Woman. And then something like Iron Fist. Probably have Mysterio. A lot of other cards. I'll try this. I don't know if the stack in the right is enough, though. Depending on where they put the real Mysterio, maybe. Oh no, it's U.S. Agent. Oh well. And we lost the right lane. We'll give them the casserole. I did not imagine U.S. Agent being there. And then Alejandro, welcome in. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. TLSG doesn't believe in sleep. He just waits. Waits for the evil cards to come out. You know, the first season I came back was Baron Zemo. That was the Baron Zemo season pass. So I was finally able to play the mill that I had always wanted to play. Would you ever add hope to allow for 6 plus 6 plus drop plus ebony maw? Maybe, but ideally we're going either storm or like a Cosmo on 3, and so I feel like hope might be. I don't know if we'd ever fit hope in very well. That was your first full season? Nice. All right, let's go Vulture. We can start moving it after. We have the Ghost Spider as well, so we can move it and then pull it back if we wanted to. Or we can save Ghost Spider to do like a dagger, a big dagger play on the last turn. Kind of like. Mirror match? Yeah, I think so. You have a deck list for Misery Mill? I do. That's going to be the first one that I try. At 2. It uses a few pieces of like Clutter, primarily looking to do a lot of the mill stuff. Eagernithy said, guys, making TLSG full-time just enabled his bad sleeping habits. What have we done? Did indeed. And like, I get rewarded for having a garbage sleep schedule during drops to like stream overnight when there's less people on, or less streamers on, but the viewers still want to be there and go somewhere. I get rewarded for that. Legion. Also kind of funny to Legion the right lane since they lost their dagger. I don't care about mill, but the jump in people playing War Machine is why I'm gonna take a break from ladder for a day or two. Yeah, War Machine is finally like really starting to become super common because it handles a lot of variants very, very well. And so it's becoming very, very common to see. What's your mill line? Yondu Cable Misery? Potentially even like Yondu Cable Gladiator Misery. I know we would lose the 8-power Gladiator, but we would mill the entire deck by turn 4. So then we have the rest of the time to be able to play around whatever resources they did have. But ideally, I think Gladiator stays alive. He's a big base. Gone from 4K to 1.5 over the last few days with Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix is Phoenix I think is in a pretty good spot. Especially with the Storm War Machine like lockdown style stuff.
Oh, snap.
War Machine gamers are why I've been brushing off my Phoenix Force deck. Yeah. Yeah, he goes really well into that one. Just wait until Fenris comes along. Starting Destroyer into Vipering the Fenris. That'll be super evil. We'll see how consistent it ends up being, but it's really fun regardless. I like the Camartage for the like double Iron Fist, but I also like it not being there. Because if they have like Sable, if they have the bounce stuff to typically go alongside like Ina, like the Owner Reels to go alongside it. I'm not sure that we want that. I'm so glad we went with the Cosmo line. Goodness. It's unfortunate. This is the Cassandra Nova. I have just a little bit of energy here today. I'm ready for Hella to get a nerf. We need a little bit more energy. I'm not sure that we have enough. For sure. Something like, what? War Machine, Iron Fist, Dagger. We could go with the Ghost Spider, but I'm not sure that we need to spin it all in one place. Because we can always do the dagger, move it, and then pull it back. Goliath mid. Ooh. I don't think they can test left with web. Goliath mid would have also been a good call with how much extra energy we had. Oh, we didn't. Oh, that's true. We didn't have priority. But they have. This looks like the Woody deck. So like a Mystique and Iron Man, and unfortunately no Legion. Pull the dagger back. We'll do Jin over here. I think we should grab priority after this time to be able to set up a potential Goliath mid. We could always move like just the Ghost Spider out of mid if we had a sizable lead on him. I guess it depends on what they drop and where. The Jin, Iron Man. So they're probably looking to go, what, Mystique onto the Iron Man? But that still leaves their right lane really, really weak. We know that they can't do too much in the right. Because Iron Man, Mystique can't copy it. They can't get another claw. So I think we just shift Dagger over to the right. One of those, or since we don't have priority anyways. I think it's Onslaught. Really? They have an Onslaught build? I mean, we have a really, really big dagger. Plus the follow-up of the Goliath. Largely handled and carried by the Cosmo, blocking the Cassandra. So it's time for a really quick set of ads real fast before we jump over into any Misery gameplay. So we're going to run through those real fast, a minute and a half, and then we'll be right back. If you had to pick two of these to buy with tokens, who are we picking? Athena, Gwynpool, Marvel Boy, Fastos, Sasquatch, or Scream? I'd say my gut says both Athena and Gwynpool, but honestly, Athena, Gwynpool, and Marvel Boy are all kind of like high up there, and so they all three of those have a really good standing in the game. They're pretty like flexible, and so between those, I personally use Gwynpool and Athena more than Marvel Boy, but if you like Zoot style decks, Marvel Boy is like a must-have. And so we're gonna jump over into the ads real fast. We'll be right back, you guys. So we have 30 minutes left until Misery is here. Counting down. Man, I'm butchering it. You're fine, Joe. How are your expectations for Misery? She's a card that could either be great or awful. I think where I'm leaning a little bit towards bad, but I feel like she might be like a Wiccan, where she's tough to build around, but if you do, if you find the right kind of like balance, the payoff might be great. We all knew what you meant, Joe. We're card gamers, we don't even read. At times, that is very true. So we have Storm Legion. Go ahead and skip one more, see what we pull. Decide if we want to go Storm on 3 or if we want to wait. I think we go Storm into the left. They're going to lose their Aranya. So they won't be able to... I guess to the right would be a little bit more difficult. But the only way they get things to the left is with like an either a Madam Web or an Iron Fist. I'm more excited for Namora. Namora, I think, Namora is one of those that when Clog is prevalent, she is awful. Otherwise, fantastic. I've been waiting for it for so long.
Wind, aid my hand.
Then Waterboy, hey TLSG, how are you doing today? Hope you've rested well. I had some very much needed rest and restoration. I didn't mean to, it just kind of happened, but I slept pretty much all day yesterday. I'm not sure that we have a great winning line here with us having like none of our movement cards to be able to use here on 3. Like Dagger would have been great. Vulture would have been great, but they're all buried. Melt Denny said, trying to catch you, finally got to rank 700 rank. You're almost there. Just a little bit more and you'll be there. Like Legion, yeah, we're just gonna leave out. we're just gonna leave out of this one. This is one of those decks that you either win hard or sometimes you lose pretty hard. Yeah, Namora is one of those that definitely was kind of slept on. And she's kind of fragile, but can go absolutely crazy if left uninterrupted. And then Dr. Shelley, I hope everything is good. Everything is good. Well, okay. Not everything is good. My sleep schedule is not. We're still working on getting it back in line where it needs to go. Excitement level for Misery. Right around a 6 to 7. It's one of those cards that I think probably ends up being bad. There's always the chance that it ends up being really, really good. Infinite could eventually go in Warrior Falls. Let's change Nidavellir. Some Wong shenanigans. Wong shenanigans could be crazy. Those Djinn hours catching up? Yeah, they're catching up. Like now I'm halfway up Djinn hours and then halfway not. Paying the price. Right. Iron Fist, Vulture. If we win it with just 4, like if they pull like lean away from the flooded lane, then we can always go Spider to pull. Interesting. We can always go Spider to pull the Vulture out. Now, with them doing Mr. Negative here, I'm curious if they have like an Arnhem Zola line. And if so, we have a really easy read for an Eliath right. I'm going to go ahead and go Ghost Spider, pull it back over 1. Right now we have 4. I don't think a Mr. Negative is going to have like a claw or anything that can reach into here. We just have to look out for like whatever they drop. I stand corrected. Unfortunately, I stand very, very corrected very quickly. Eliath. Man. We might lose this one. I'm hoping that we can overpower whatever is here. Like if they hit an Odin in a negative deck, I don't know. Jubilee, okay. Yeah, no priority hurts too. Blue Marvel. And Mirage. Wait a minute. What kind of Warrior Fall god is that? What a strange deck. Must be a low collection level player. I don't know. What do we think collection level is? I'm gonna say 900. What did he negative? negative to Blue Marvel. I think that's it. 3.5, 5 with Mirage. Okay. Oh, it's 1,000. And so Katos was almost right on the money. I don't know how they have Mirage at that, but they do. Katos hitting it exactly right on the money. Snapback, yeah, the matchmaking. I feel bad that it matches against people that like have 25,000 and they've been playing for like a week. So I feel bad that it matches those together. Like especially, I get it if in Infinite you're lower down, so it could be a couple of thousand, but it's top 300 versus 1,000. Give me my channel points. If I knew this should not happen ever, yeah, it feels bad. I get to have a kind of a fair leaderboard system. You have to have those ranges where anybody matches into anybody, but it still feels bad. I remember the first time I got to Infinite and every game was first time seeing. Yep, it does that too. It also feels bad because you go against players close to your level and close to that banding. You hit Infinite, it's like that rubber band for matchmaking just like snaps, and then you're going against people that have like full hella discard decks, which bad example, but like full movement decks with Madam Web, Iron, War Machine, Goliath, the works. Yeah, it feels bad every time. All right, let's go ahead and War Machine. I'm gonna go ahead and Ebony Maw. Next turn we'll War Machine into Atlantis. We can move it over. Maybe we draw at that point. It snaps, you say? Sounds very on brand. It does indeed sound very on brand. Add bot to Infinite, fix this problem. So there were bots in Infinite, but I think the biggest part of the issue was how can you have a true ranking system if like those that are like pre 1,000 in their rank like 10 don't get matched against people that are also within like the first 100 ranks. So then it creates some weird dynamics where you're able to kind of circumvent the system. Ooh, so we still get to do like our Iron Fist of Vulture stuff. Nice, very, very nice. Like an Iron Fist of Vulture. They probably have what? Iron Man Claw? I'm guessing maybe a Claw over here. Snap? Yeah, we probably should have snapped the toast. Easy, don't make rank easy with bots.
Victory.
Rogue unable to pull what it needed to pull. "18 minutes and we'll be there with misery." Slob Nobby said, "Told my brother this was a symbiote season and he loves Agent Venom, Toxin, and Anti-Venom. So he picked up the game, bought the pass, and then asked how he could get those cards. Didn't know how to break it to him." Yeah, because before you start getting Series 5, it's probably going to be a good 3 weeks of playing like efficiently. Maybe even closer to 4. I think your opponent knew you. They yeah, they might have. Tejuba, welcome in. Wait, what did we lose versus them? We lost our War Machine. Scary. We lost Cosmo. Okay. We can still play Storm because we can still develop without the War Machine. We just have to like make sure that we win Storm lane before we look. Here's the fun part. You don't. Yeah. As far as unlocking the new cards. Savage Land. We get Madam Web, which is not Not awful. We could use it as a way to move like a dagger around. And I kind of want to use it into mid so that that can't be capped out in case they have like White Widow or any clogs. But this looks more like the either a bounce Venom or the Woody deck that uses like Iron Man. Wow. What a set of locations. Whew. All right. So we're going to storm over to the left with the popularity of Claw being out and about and on the rise. I kind of like blocking off the leftmost lane so that they can't reinforce it later.
Wind, aid my hand.
With Madam Web, we don't have to win it immediately, but it'd still be nice. Something like Iron Fist Dagger isn't bad. Iron Fist Dagger, we can move a Raptor over. I'm a little bit afraid that from Kate Bishop they got Acid Arrow and they use it here, knowing that we run some movement stuff. Still gonna give it a shot though. Okay, speed is fine, and basic arrow, so no Acid Arrow for him. There's so many titles and variants in the gold chest. Your series 3 progression halts to a crawl. Yeah, after I don't remember what level it is that you hit the new set of the breakdowns, but it does kind of halt altogether. We should have pulled it back over here last turn, right? Yeah, speed will get buffed up potentially by 2. So we would need to do like Ghost Spider, pull it over, then we could pull it back if we wanted to. But still, the question of how do we win another lane? Why not play Dagger right? To move her mid so you can move her left next turn. Ook, yeah.
I am.
Yeah, that was the line. So, actually, what's their big payoff in mid? A 4 power Mystique? The 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 power? We beat it? Is it okay to skip Scream? Yeah. Yeah, she's a good enough card, but 10, 11, 12, 13, at max they can go 14 if Mystique got hit by Agent Venom. And they've drawn several resources. They've played they played this on 2, so 3, 4, 5, 6. They've played half of the resources that they got hit by Agent Venom. We're gonna pay to see. We'll pay to see it. This turn you could play Ghost Spider into Vulture. Yeah. Yeah, Scream is fun, but she doesn't feel like she's gonna be like crazy everywhere. Not Scream's, just the package. Yeah, no, Scream is fantastic. It's just the package she goes with is pretty like middling. Beat that.
Victory.
Pulled Man-Thing over Scream and Morbius. I cried a little bit. I mean, Man-Thing is pretty good because we have a lot of low ball stuff right now. So Man-Thing has a pretty good spot in the meta. PDX Lowland, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 2 months. Very much appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one so far. If it wasn't for Scream, I was going to take a break from Snap. And so I think Scream does a really good job of being that card that's really fun, but not necessarily like broken beyond means. But Disrupt Move is my favorite deck. Yeah. Yeah, and so it gave you like a surge there. Like, I think you'd be okay skipping her. She's a card that I think I'll play from time to time because she is fun. I just didn't find a lot of like consistent success. It was closer to like 55% win rate. Closer like between that and maybe 53. Because the package, if used enough, is kind of transparent. so it's easier for the opponent to kind of play around it.
I am ego, and this is my domain.
Oh, that ego play is not good.
Victory.
I'm glad that Pixie left, because this ego play was on some next level stuff. My goodness. Our movement cards, no, we're not gonna play those. We're gonna play the enablers and just go with it. I just got a title. My other hand's conducting a symphony. There's so many titles, and I feel like I both like and dislike that they cast such a wide net with them, because it feels like there's a title for everybody to enjoy. With that, there's a lot of titles. It was the hype behind the card that got to me. Fall off a bit sooner rather than later, I hope. Which one? Techno. Scream? And then the captain, how's your day going? My day is going well. So I did my... Yesterday I slept like all day, so I'm feeling Legion brain time. I love a good Legion brain. So I'm feeling refreshed, ready to stream, ready to cook with misery. I've opened and collected so many titles and I'm still yet to unlock. Not a duck, yeah. Pow Teapot, you said, hey TLSG, I just started this game. And first time get a series.
Opponent. Oh, snap.
First time get a series 3 card. It's Hella. What card should I wait for a free one then? With Hella, you want right now if you have Luke Cage, which I think is also series 3, and then Hellcow. Both of those are very, very strong into it, or very, very strong with Hella. So they kind of go hand in hand. Still need Legion. Legion brain, Legion brain, Legion brain. I mean, we have Storm to potentially recover the left lane. Maybe. We're hoping to just Legion straight into Bar with No Name and call it a day. I want to play a few cards out so that they think we're playing on curve. They think we're trying to win. Wait. Okay, never mind. That's fine. For a second, I thought that was a silly play. Ripped over into Astronym. One-time Legion doesn't want to come out and about. Last chance for Legion? Yeah. I'm going to play a few cards. And then we could always... I don't know. I don't know how we win this. Ow. Okay. Huge.
I wouldn't do it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they beat us. And then poof, Legion. Call for it, and there it was. He wouldn't do it, but I sure would. Through top. Cranky Pancake. Hey everyone. Hope you have a great stream, TLSG. Thank you so much, Cranky Pancake. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I rested yesterday, and so I'm feeling much, much better today. Ben Brode heard you. Ben Brode heard me indeed. They were trying to get cheeky in the left lane with a hood, but no such luck. That's for 8 too. That feels so bad. Whew. That was hyper time. I take a break. I take a break. Why can you put them all there? So War Machine. War Machine has the ongoing ability of nothing can stop you from playing cards. So including Infinite, Ebony Maw, you can play it anytime. Yeah, the Luke Cage was nice for him too. Bounce him right back over. And then Snow R6S resubbed with Prime for the 3rd month. Thank you so much for coming back and for the support. That pushes us up. I'm not sure where we're at for the day, but the support has been massive. So since it's close to 2, I'm actually going to grab a screenshot of the activity in the guild or in the alliance. The lower end. That way I have it. And I think we can fit one. Aeon with 5 additional gifted subs. And so it brings us up to 12 for the day. That answers my question. That brings us up to 12 for the day. The support with my transition has been absolutely massive. And so I appreciate you guys so very much. From like the increased traction on the streams, the increased support with the primes, and the gifted and the tier ones has been crazy. And so you guys are helping me definitely feel good about this decision to transfer into full-time. That's what we want to see, the TLSG support. The TLSG support is so incredibly strong. And so I'm very, very grateful for each and every one of you. Dark Mood, did you stream yesterday? No. What had happened was fell asleep. I fell asleep and just didn't wake up. I set like 10 alarms because I got home from work in the half day and was gonna nap for like 2 hours, wake up and then stream for like 3 or 4 and just slept. And so the degenerate hours caught up to me. Nobody wants to work in an office when you can stream all day. Exactly. And then Aeon, he said that's for immediately snapping when I bought it from the channel point shop. Not even a single bit of hesitation either. You're the TLSG of all time. The most TLSG of all TLSGs. So we have War Machine Legion. So like playing it into Vormir could be okay. I think we're gonna go ahead and develop a dagger. Yep, Twitch drops are back until the 10th, or until the end of the 10th, and then they come back again on the 18th. A lot of support group we do. Dark Moon, too bad. Yeah. I was going for the streak, and just didn't end up. I was gonna go live every day in October to celebrate going full time. But what I didn't calculate was how much of a toll working the half days in the morning was going to take. How much longer are you streaming for? So I'm going to test out the new card for probably 2-3 hours. I would imagine maybe longer, but I would say at least around that. If we had priority, we could stop their cards from revealing this turn. But since we don't, I think we still rip away Limbo, and then we look to do just like Infinite last turn. Call it a day. Yeah, the new card's in 3 minutes, and so it's right around the corner. After this game, I'm gonna make sure that I have enough keys, which I think I have at least 3. And then USCHMS, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 2 months. That bumps us up a little bit further, and the support continues to be absolutely massive. Thank you so much for being here. No worries. I know I'm not the only one, but we were glad you're streaming. But having a rest day is good as well. Yeah, and it mainly came from switching over into those degenerate hours where I was doing overnight streams. Was kind of a little bit rough.
Opponent snapped.
Not sure that this does it. Moving it over brings us up to 5. We could at least tie this lane if we moved it to the left. Oh, but if we're gonna... Yeah. Degenerate hours for degenerate decks? Yep, degenerate hours for degenerate decks indeed. Ah, the Luke Cage gives them the lead in the left. Had we moved it, had I not second guessed myself and I moved it over to the right, we would have tied the right lane and won mid by enough that I think we were fine. I just second guessed it, moving it over there. Oh well. So I'm right before the card releases, I'm going to run a quick set of ads, and then we'll jump over into the card unlock or the card release. And so we'll be right back, you guys. Coin and Cleavage with the massive 1,000 bits said, "Hey guys, don't think I've said yet. Congrats on cutting free of the day job. Very best of luck with doing this full time. Looking forward to watching you get miserable." Thank you so much for the support. Hopefully I don't get miserable. But I love the positivity and the vote of confidence. Here's to hoping that I do it within reason so that I don't burn out. But and I want to figure out a way to do text to speech to the bits. I thought I had it enabled, but I guess I don't. We have 28 seconds left. So 3 should be enough, but if not, I can upgrade some cards to be able to get more. We'll just do a countdown for the refresh. Then Felix, hey TLSG, did you give your 2-week notice already? Yeah. So I gave my 2-week notice. The 18th is my last day. So the 18th will be my last day to do, and I'm doing half days up until that point. So I gave, I think, technically 3 weeks, but I wanted to make sure I could still stream in the meantime. There we go. There's the refresh. Let's see what we can pull. He's finally live. Let's go, Vian. We are. Let's see if we get another 1-tap. I've had some pretty good luck the last few weeks. I don't think I'll get it in 1. But we'll take it. I think that's 3 in a row that we're in 1. Doesn't hurt. Gladly be a 1-tapper. In my charmed life over there. Yeah. Ooh, free spin on the new verse store. I'll have to remember to do that in a bit. All right, so we're gonna go good old Misery 1. So with this one, we'll slide real fast. With this deck, the idea is that we want to mill the cards that they have in their deck, so doing like a Yondu Cable or even Yondu White Widow into maybe a Magic on 3 Misery onto this on 4, so that we can mill more of their cards. Gladiator is also good either to mill some of their cards or as that like last turn play when they don't have anything in their deck. And then we also have the finisher of like the Black Bolt, Stature, and looking to do like a Shadow King, Shang-Chi counter to whatever they're running. The Killmonger is the tech in this deck to block against the Clog and Clutter stuff that we've been seeing so very much of. And then also the decks that typically will flood those 1 costs on the last turn. Killmonger can be absolutely brutal to them. So that's where we're going to start. You're going to see what we can do. I think Misery Clog will be OP. It might be. We also have a Misery Clog built up, but I've been itching for a way to play Milligan, so we're gonna. That's our first shot for it. Trident got it in 1 as well. TLSG luck is contagious. Lamb, that's huge. We're gonna make Erisham popular again. Yeah. Don't you mean miserable? Yeah. And so the biggest reason for Killmonger is I think Clutter's gonna be all over the place. You gotta okay. We'll name it Milsery. I'm liking this card back right now, so we're gonna go with the Venom avatar. I'm really, really excited to get Scorn. I think Scorn is another one that is gonna be. I'm torn. Like, it could either end up being really strong, or it could be one that's just bad. Like, I don't know if it fits in regular this discard. Maybe it brings forward like a Silver Samurai Dakin style. That works well. Venom Avatar is smart. They'll think you're on Destroy. If we can find a match within the scene. Thank you.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Then Mean Dog, thank you so much for the Prime resub, pushing us up to, or the Prime sub, pushing us up to 13 for the day. Scorn on Scorn, yeah. Scorn stats. Scorn is a 1/2. That when you discard this, return it to your hand and give +2 power to itself and one of your cards in play. So outside of like the cheesy, like Wong, Mystique, like Gambit stuff, it's essentially a 2/6. But with discard, you typically want to really focus on the cards that you want to discard. So Swarm and Apocalypse being like the primary ones. So the game crashed. All right, we'll reboot and restart. Got my Misery with 1 key too. That's huge. We'll try mill/destroy, like a mixture. So I did see Regis posted something about having like Null in his mill Misery deck. Not sure I'm fully sold on going that far into it, but an idea. Same, reopening my gold / credits are gone. They robbed you, Mighty Mo. I missed War Machine and Misery, got them both in 2. Oh, so you were able to grab both? Took me 4 keys. Sorry to break the luck train off. I mean, somebody had to do it. Calling Wing with Scorn? Calling Wing with Swarm could be good. New cards, new bugs. Yeah, we may not have a game to play. Hood seems like a safe Misery target. Yeah. Hood is going to be great in like the clog stuff for sure.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
11. Stoffel, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Is that popcorn? No, it's chicken Alfredo. It's a factor meal. Chicken Alfredo and broccoli. I'm just slowly munching on. I got convert 5 times in a row in the random card. Oof. Got Misery, War Machine, and more in 3. Honda scam is this? Can't find a match either, Pale. Misery broke the game. I'm going to the Discord to see if others are having an issue. Well, is anyone else able to get into a game? Should I get Misery? I got a match just fine. What is going on with mine then? What do you think about the upcoming league rewards? I think it's really cool. Getting a couple of card backs or a couple of variants for, was it top 3? And then just competing at all. No, we didn't buy the matchup premium DLC. I figured that was kind of like the extended warranty. It was just kind of a scam, but apparently it was very needed. Looks like Alex restarted the game. Alex restarted his too. And Aaron said, "Yo, TLSG, how's Misery so far?" He's been kind of miserable so far. We haven't gotten to anything yet. Oh, you got a bot? I can't even open my caches. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's miserable. Miserable. I'm not seeing anyone else that's having like a huge issue. Misery loves company. Mech Arena time. So Mech Arena is actually ending in a few hours, I think. My game isn't even loading. Your MMR is just too high. How did I know that TLSG would try the new card in a mill package? Slayer for Mayor. You just had a feeling. It was just an intuition. Maybe it's just ladder that's broken. We fit into a conquest. Misery's hidden ability break the game. Jeff can't get in either. Well, good. I'm glad it's not just me. Start a prediction. Will TSG ever get a match? Oh. Okay. So Conquest might be fine. So everybody put yes. Interesting. Misery destroyed the game line after its on reveal. It did. It re-triggered on reveal. So Deadpool, they're running a destroy deck. White Widow. I think after using 2 keys and getting Misery and Amora, I'm gonna pass on War Machine. Someone convinced me I'm wrong. Currently the rank number 1 player has been slamming nothing but a War Machine move deck. Take with that what you will. Misery 4 cost 7 power if in collection, no rank matchmaking. True. All right, let's try a gladiator, see if we can get a lucky snipe. Pull Misery out of my cache. Ooh, nugget. Okay, so we get their Hulk Buster, but we destroy the Widow's Kiss. No, we don't destroy the Widow's Kiss. Interesting. Okay.
You are mine.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
We can take their last 2 cards, like Yondu Zemo. It leaves 1 space for a Black Bolt here next turn. We can start positioning like Stature and some of our other cards to the left. It's no longer Hulkbuster. Yeah, it merged into the other one. It was interesting. I just realized the Gladiator pulling a Misery out of your opponent's deck would be... That would be beautiful. Zeno, right? The only reason I put Zemo mid is because I guess we can play into the vault after turn number 6.
Opponent snapped.
No, there's no 1 cost over there, or else we could do like a kill longer. You said it's been 12 minutes. What is your informed, educated opinion on Misery? So, my informed opinion is that I couldn't get into ranked, so we had to go to like a low proven grounds conquest to see if that worked. So this is the first match with it. Wait, no, wait, there's no... Is this regular ladder? I was in the conquest queue. But we have rank. And there's no bars. What? I was in the Proving Ground conquest match. What is going on? All right. Oh, this is the last turn. be best guess, but I think we lose the tiebreaker. Ladder has been moved to Conquest? No kidding. What in the world? History's on reveal is like Scarlet Witch, but with game modes. You never know what you're gonna queue into. Can I queue into a regular one now? Or do I have to go back to Proving Grounds? When you win, you'll get a silver ticket, but your rating won't change. Okay, I got into a real one. All right, so we get a real match. First up, we have Skyrex. The first location, miniaturized lab. I'm gonna go ahead and play Yondu mid to set up for a potential misery, which will be hopefully. Oh, they're running. Oh, they're running Arsham, and so if we see a lot of Arsham, that's gonna be an issue. One tapped misery, but don't have Namora. Don't think she's worth up to 3 keys. She's good, but I could see it not being worth it. What's the misery auto deck? And then Rio, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I'll look at the auto deck here in a second. Honestly, for once, can I get a Series 5 card in a spotlight rather than a dupe? Right? From the random one? Always feels bad. Hit that random one. Auto deck has been weird lately. Yeah. Then Lord Emo Stash said, "Hello TLSG. I swear your hair says facial style is a different style every time I see you. It grows quick. It's a blessing and a curse for sure. So Misery is not fantastic here, but she does have kind of a cool artifact. I want to play it, but go White Widow for now. Why destroy Galactus? Gladiator. Let's read the location. I thought it was the one that if you lose that lane, it gets destroyed. Otherwise, no, we shouldn't have destroyed Galactus. You're right. Your replacement for Zemo. I'm not even sure if this full build is it, but Zemo just leans into like full milling. I think statistically he's the worst mill card, right around the same stats as Yondu. And so you could probably replace it for just like a good tech 3 cost, like a Red Guardian. Could probably be good. If you play Misery, the game will change to Conquest match. Might. Oh, check. Okay, I'll check the auto right after this. All right, so we have Kiln, but I really want to set up like a Yondu, Cable, Zemo left, and then we have the chance to like Misery mid. Okay, so no Hazmat, so an Ajax line is a lot less likely for him. The Morag is tough. Did get the Misery, be able to set it up, but we're not going to be able to now. The hydrate reminder. I don't get the benefit of destroying your cards. Retriggering, so it's like a cheaper Odin, essentially. These locations are something else. So we're locked into the game after turn 4. These are some locations of all time. I'm sorry, did you want to play? No, we sure didn't. Huge! We win.
Victory.
My goodness. What in the world? PVA with extra steps? Indeed. That was definitely a no fun style of matchup. Misery OP? Misery OP, win in hand. Play everything else instead. It's weird because no one plays Jeff anymore. Yeah, because of Scream. Scream really hurt want to play Jeff in a lot of decks. All right, next up we have Yabba Dabba Doo. First location, Mirror Dimension. We don't have either of our cheap mill tools or our cheap clutter with White Widow.
Hey man, I'm cool.
Saw your Galactus clip featured on Daily Dose. Was it really? I didn't even clip it. Or I didn't add it anywhere, so somebody else must have sent it in. That's incredible. Is Misery good? I don't know. I haven't really got to play with her much because there were some issues with matchmaking for a bit. And on this game, we haven't got any of our mill pieces. And then Bud Monkey, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 4 months. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one so far. Misery looks awkward to play so far. Yeah, I'll play it here a couple more times, but especially for games where like we don't get any of our mill pieces at all, it becomes very, very awkward. I'm gonna Gladiator into the right. Ooh, wait. Why? Why? And the hydrate reminder from Brunov. I'm not sure why they did that. And then Lord Emo Stash, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 2 months. Just reminded me to redo my Prime sub. Thank you so much. Is it great? No, not really. We're losing the 8-power Gladiator, which I don't really care to see. But it mills through most of the rest of their cards. So it's not great. Hey, Viper, that's fine. We're alive. Now, I'm wondering if they have a null because they massacred their own stuff. Then Arman said, YouTube man alive. We are indeed. We are indeed live. Not a great set of card draw, not a great set of locations, but I think we're fine. I think once we destroy their Hawk, they only have a handful of cards left. So like Mystique to copy the Hawk. Misery only eats on reveals. Yes. Yep. So like an ongoing card, so like Armor is fine. If we get hit with a Cosmo left, we're going to see a lot of mill this week. What can I play to counter? It starts with an Ari and ends in a Shim. Ari Shim is... It breaks exactly what mill wants to do. And so then you're just able to continue to play cards, even no matter how many they mill through. You said you called it your fault? Yeah, that one's on me. How long are you going to be streaming for today? I'd say another... I want to find a good deck. I have 3 that I brewed. Next up, we're going against Hippo Lord Slaps, rank number 2. We'll see. I know that they were running a Clutter deck yesterday, so we'll see if they we'll see if they continued that direction. Rank 2 player, yeah. Armor Misery works. It'll re-trigger their own reveals, but it won't destroy the cards. But it just feels like that's an extra step. Everyone else can get the mill stuff, but me. Okay. What's your thought process for brewing decks? So I look for cohesive cards together. And so what I did, especially with this one, I kind of put a package of all the cards that I wanted or would want Misery to hit to re-trigger together so that I could kind of visually see them. And then I looked for ones that had kind of trends together. And then as I'm building out the actual deck, I look for overall curve. And then usually you can fill in most of what you need with that. Man, this is going to be miserable. Who's the strongest card this month? Yeah, I was assuming the Gladiator might come down. How's Misery feeling? For Hippo Lord slaps, fantastic. So like a cable here, they're gonna pull out our cable. We can mill them while they mill us. Wait, I'm waiting to see the weird stuff Bink cooks up with Misery. Yeah, exactly. Binks is guaranteed to come up with some kind of interesting cook for sure. Carnage, interesting. Okay. Next turn we can go Black Bolt. We would 7, 14, 21. We would win the right lane with a Black Bolt play. I kind of like it. I think it's magic. Next turn, Black Bolt to make them get rid of all their stuff. They may have had the first laugh, but I think we're going to have the last one. Has your mood gone downhill since getting the card? No, it hasn't went downhill. I enjoy brewing with a new card. Sometimes it's not going to be great. Wait. Oh, our card is gone. I thought we still had Cable in our deck, but... Only bad thing is they'll be able to still draw. The Cable, your Cable, yeah. I think the snapback might have been an issue. You got your Cable, not anymore. Wait, why did we snap? We shouldn't have. It was a mistake. I was thinking that I had been able to mill through any of their cards, and we didn't get our mill pieces. He got our mill pieces. We did not. So I was thinking whenever we did Black Bolt, we would be able to get rid of most of it to assert dominance. Yeah. Misery left. Body. That might give us priority, which would be my concern. Like if they skip here into a last turn play, I want to be able to do like Shang-Chi Shadow King or Killmonger Shadow King. They did Misery for body, okay. The issue is, does this ever even win?
Victory.
What? I don't know what they thought we had up our sleeve, but I guarantee to you that we did not have it. I will take the 4 cubes from rank number 2. Let's jump into the next one. That was miserable. In your face, Hippo. What was their last card? I don't know. I don't know what their last card was. I don't think this deck is going places. I wonder if there's potential with some Wong Odin shenanigans. Potentially, maybe. And Aaron, you said TLSG, how cooked am I? I have some work to do, but I'd rather watch your stream. Multi, do both. The trash bin is a place. Trash bin is always a place. All right, so we lose our Killmonger. They lose Red Guardian. We do get Cable. Is Electro Ramp deck one of the 3 decks that I have? No. I figured with Electro Ramp, with other cards like Blink to get rid of the effect, with and a few others, it didn't feel good enough to be like that valuable now. I didn't think that Misery would change it enough. I think they got a copy of either our Shadow King or White Widow. All of our cards start pulling into mid with Asteroid M. I'm gonna do White Widow. I feel like Misery should be 3. At 3, you can do some really interesting things with like Silver Surfer, Maybe even have that room for the armor. Go ahead and re-trigger Cable, and we're gonna resend them another Widow's Kiss into mid. The thing is fine. We're fine with the negative affliction. You're not gonna keep them around anyways. Their Scorpion, and clog them up with the rest of Misery. So now I think we need to go. The line I think is proper would be like Magic. Like Magic Yondu. What happens if you Misery a Venom? Venom still gets destroyed. One of the other creators tried it, and I think that was the outcome, because they warned everyone else to not try it. So I'd imagine bad things indeed. So Luke Cage, that's fine. Up the table. They have one card left, 4 in hand to use. After this turn, they're going to have less than that. So Black Bolt, we'll be able to do a free Gladiator, or that's a 3 cost, but we don't have to worry about it pulling anything. Does Misery loop with Odin under armor though? Ooh. What do you mean, like loop endlessly? Ooh. Loop endlessly? I don't know. Question. Alright, so no White Widow. I feel like their last card has to be Evil Hulk. So this brings us up to 8, 9, 10, or it brings us up to 8, 9, 10, 11. So if they have a big Evil Hulk here, we win. Gladiator first. Gladiator's not going to pull anything, so it doesn't matter the order. Wait, why? Their deck is empty. Yeah, they have nothing in the deck. Yeah, they have nothing in the deck. And they only have 1 in hand. So I'm thinking that it has to be a big body. So I think this wins it for us. Oh, no, it's a man thing. I think we lose. Oh, what? Was that no Ajax? No Ajax? No big body? Just... Man. Well. Runs the hazmat. Never would have called for a man thing there. Anything you Shang first in case it's Negasonic? If it was man thing though. We at least did what we wanted to do with the deck. We milled and got rid of the resources in hand. It just wasn't quite, just barely wasn't quite enough. No big Ajax, just big man thing. It was indeed G-Man. Nate Viz, I thought you had like an evil Hulk or some kind of big like finisher. And so that's why we thought Shang-Chi, but very good game, Nate Viz, as always. All right, let's go ahead and throw Yondu down. We do have both Baron Zemo and Gladiator. So let's see if we can hit some of their big resources. Project Pegasus is great. Love to see Project Pegasus. We could go Black Bolt, but I think we're gonna go like Baron Zemo Gladiator. We know that Gladiator is gonna be able to destroy whatever it pulls because of Agent Venom. While left is big. Take care of their speed. Take Baron Zemo a 2/3 with its current text. Wait, it had, or just revert it to its old text? It had different text. What was its old text? I think Baron Zemo's biggest issue is that he takes up a board space. That's the only like downside that I think I have to him. That board space is really pretty prominent. go ahead and Shadow King the Cassandra. And I guess we play the Kitty Pryde. Misery fixes that to an extent, but depending on like what else it pulls, clears up that, but it might not have space to pull that second card. In hand, that costs the least. I think it's very unlikely that we hit like a Mystique or anything with the Black Bolt, but it does enable a stature. Oh, maybe we go ahead and Black Bolt left. Because it only destroys cards with no reveal. Yeah.
Iron Man.
So no Astero for him. But can we win with this? Mystique being 3, 4 worst case scenario would end up being 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24. Also do that. I feel like both of these are pretty likely to not be able to win.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
We win right. I don't think we don't win mid though. I'm gonna switch over to Clutter. See if Clutter does this any better. Because the mill, it's just we haven't been getting our mill pieces early enough. And before you could kind of recover with Doc Ock pulling everything into a lane. With this one, it's a bit harder to do that. So we're gonna run to a quick ad break. Did you do the auto deck? No, we'll do that. We're gonna do a quick ad break before jumping into the next one. And then before we go, I'm gonna do the misery autofill deck. For the autocomplete. It's been really crazy chaotic as of lately. What? That feels bad. Get rid of that one. I don't understand it. Me neither. It gets you more disruption, I guess. But we're gonna run to the ad break real fast. Auto deck is not cooking. I think you should try it out in Hella. Ooh, interesting. For extra like discard, I guess. I don't even have Scream, and it gave me that. Really, so bad. We'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. So the auto deck builder, given a couple of days, can cook some decent things, but there's sometimes it just has like off the wall stuff. Do a misery clog. Wish they'd give us more deck slots. Me too. Summon Scream destroys Magneto and Blink. Luxury, thank you. I didn't even want Misery, and I got her with 1 key. Milsery, yeah. Milsery didn't end up working for me, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to get Misery to counter this junk meta. Take Ock out. Oh yeah, it's Ock for. I was just using Doc Ock as a placement card, because he's very similar to what Misery does in a lot of the builds. So we should be just about back. We're gonna switch over to Luxury. See if we can grab a couple of wins. Said my favorite pet deck, Destroy Mill, finally has a new card. Ooh. Cold Grits. Hopefully it gives it enough relevancy to kind of like bring it into like the limelight for a bit. Is it really worth the keys from what you've seen so far? Not so far, but she's definitely a card that is going to take some brewing to be able to
Hey,
like
welcome. It took you long enough.
pin down. Similar to like a Wiccan. Wiccan it was an interesting one that takes a very particular build. Can you move your cam? Thank you so much. And then Bald Stacks. Thank you so much for the Prime. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. So we have to play into mid this turn. I think we're just gonna pass. Next turn we can look to clutter and start cluttering up the left lane. We do have Shadow King to handle any kind of like scaling that's out there. Pretty good channel. Would love to challenge that deck. Which one? The one that I'm running now? All right, let's go ahead and go Goblin in the left. Don't disrespect my boy. No. I'm not saying that Wiccan is bad. Wiccan is good. It's just Wiccan was one that was like tough enough to brew around that it definitely took a very particular way to build it. And so immediately out of the jump, he felt really bad. But once you have the curve down and everything right, it feels much better. So unfortunately, our Green Goblin got Cosmo sniped. And also the sandbar is awful for the hood. Hate to see it. Wiccan was on a bit of a struggle bus. Yeah. Most people tried to figure him out. Yep, but now it's in a better spot. The great Quicksilver debate of 2024 will never be forgotten. It won't indeed. Way too much to get Scarlet Spider, but it's... Yeah, I wish that it was better, but unfortunately it's not. I feel like we retreat out of this one. Like there's just even with Shadow King, like maybe we can make it happen. But it feels really rough without like a magic in hand. I'm gonna give him the one.
Escaped.
Hindsight, I think the last few seasons were a bit meh. Well, I think the cards themselves didn't feel like crazy strong, but they're cards that are pretty good. So like we see a lot of Aranya still. We see a lot of Madam Web. We see almost no Scarlet Spider, but every once in a while you get a surprise visit from him. And then Symbiote Spider-Man was okay. He's just a little trickier to use consistently. But he wasn't a bad card. He's just not like a build a lot of hype style of card. And Sable, yeah, Sable is everywhere. Yeah, 4-cost cards have to be they have to have a very warping effect to be able to be used, because it's playing it off curve feels so bad. You have very few turns to be able to use it. So it needs to have an ability that can like warp the rest of the game. That it's hard that some of the new cards, Scarlet Spider, Symbiote, are awful on the Clog. Yeah. Yep, they gave Clog so many pieces with White Widow and Kate Bishop in the Viper change that it honestly feels like it has too much in its arsenal now. Like, I feel like Clog should always be on the weaker side, but just be an answer to certain decks. But as it is right now, Clog is just a solid, decent power stat pumping deck. What's your favorite pizza topping? Pizza topping is pepperoni, but the secret sauce is that you get extra sauce on it. And then ice cream flavor, I'm pretty simple. It's just chocolate. So next up we have Elric of Meltybone. They have Yondu, so they're gonna try to mill us. They took out our Titania. We could hit them with a cable. I think instead we hit them with a White Widow. I know that they're going to drop a second card to get the draw from the Abbey. They're probably going to look to do, what, Misery on 4? So if we can slap a Viper in the Abbey on 3, I think we're in the clear. Viper needs to be reverted. I don't think she'll still be played. I think it's just so strong with what it is. Wait, they're running a mill clog is what it looks like. Interesting indeed. Elysium is rough here because if they do have Misery, then they will be able to re-trigger it. But that would give us open space, so we can do this. And then I'm gonna throw like Cable right. We can always hit it with Misery next turn. Does Clog even want Misery? Who gets taken out? Doc Ock. Doc Ock underperforms in Clutter. In general right now. You can make Viper that sends over a random card. Power lower than her own. We're winning this with Misery. Okay. We know that they've lost their Viper. We also got their Red Hulk, which is massive. So does Armor stop Misery's on reveal? No. Misery just Armor just stops Misery's destroy. Snap TLSG. Yeah, I saw the redemption come through from Vian. I don't know if we actually want to Misery the left lane. I guess with Red Hulk, yeah. We have a demon. They don't have a demon because I think they took Yondu out. So we destroyed 7, and what is this, a goblin? I'll be so sad if it's a goblin. Misery Cable. Yeah, Misery Cable was probably a better line. But it's alright. We do have a couple of extra turns. Let's see. I think we go ahead and go Green Goblin. We could just good old Red Hulk into the Abbey and make sure that we just dominate how much power we have there. Lean in later to a cannonball play. I'm not into Warhammer 40k, but that's primarily because I wouldn't know where to start. It's such an expansive thing that I wouldn't even know where to begin. So they pulled out our Eliath, unfortunate for them. We have an extra turn, so I think we try to sneak a Green Goblin in here. They only have 4 cards left. I doubt that they play 2 of them. I watched the original, the first Joker movie. I haven't watched the new one. So the hood comes down. They do have Demon, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Definitely have priority. Nihilus? Would it be a Nihilus? I don't think a Nihilus would win it for him. It'd be a crazy take for sure. Maybe it's a... No. I was going to say maybe it's like a null, but... Demon, Debris, fine. That actually helps our left lane a bit. And then Cannonball of their own. But that's not going to be enough. That actually gives us the win in mid. Win in right. Hey, they took time out of their day to make sure that we were well fed. Nice big casserole. We'll take the 4. Jump over into the next one. So I'm not sure if it... I'm not sure. It definitely feels kind of clunky, but I think it creates a hybrid of like a mill junk style. Miss Doc Ock. Love the superior Spider-Man variant. Yeah. And I'm looking at the deck, wondering if there's anything else that we could take out to fit Yondu in. But I think Yondu, honestly, most of the time, unless you're going like full mill and get rid of their cards in hand, I think Yondu ends up being a trap. I'd rather just do the light cable play. Next up, we have Rodrigo VM. First location is Xandar. You have our cable to be able to lean into. Try Black Widow. In place of what, though? The turn 4 play felt awkward. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's go ahead and do Cable. I miss old Yondu having a chance to hit something crazy important. Yeah, me too, zombie. It definitely feels like he's the least likely to be used nowadays. Because you just give them a better consistency of drawing into those bigger plays. So we got their monster, which is nice to see. Let's go White Widow and snap into it because we have their Shang-Chi. Bring back Copycat. Steely Copycat. I did like Steely Copycat too. Happy when the opponent plays Yondu? Yeah, most of the time because it gives you a much better read on what your follow-up plays will be or need to be. How's the deck so far? It's hard to say. I've only played a handful with the Clutter one. Misery doesn't feel like the thing that's making it or breaking it open. Viper the Monster and Shang-Chi both just for dominance. So we wanted to start trying to clutter up mid a bit. So that they can't move many cards out of the other lane. A Hood Viper. We do have a Shadow King for that left lane. Huge. So if they have a Killmonger, fine. I don't think we even need the Shang-Chi. So Shadow King sets this to 1, this to 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 power. I think we win with just the Shadow King too, but I'll put the 1 extra here. If they do a Killmonger, this would be 4. Ooh. With a Killmonger, this would be 4. So it'd be 1, 2, 3. No, that's fine. Even with the Killmonger. I believe we can win. Big Shadow King left? Yeah, big Shadow King left. We could have moved Monster mid just since we weren't going for mid at all. But I don't think we need it. I think the 5 is enough anyways. Sorry I scoped. Inquiries is spelt wrong? In the about section? No, I'd rather you bring it up. I'm not mad about that at all. We do grab the 4 cubes here. Let's go ahead and take it. We'll jump over into the next one. Misery nowhere to be seen. No, I would rather you bring it up, and I can fix it. I didn't know it was. Nobody's ever said anything before. Any reason to not play Debris? Did we have the energy for it? If so, then no. All right, next up we have Greg. First location is Aunt May's. We have our Cable Viper. Any card that would be good with Misery plus Phoenix Force. I mean, maybe, but not a move card. So you would just have to go with something that you would want to have re-triggered like 3 times. All right, let's just go ahead and go Cable mid. I don't want to necessarily shoot around the board. And with Greg, they're running the Claw, Iron Man. Maybe not. Nightcrawler is a different edition there. So a Misery here would be great. I don't think we flood much more than this. I think we hold the rest of them to use strategically elsewhere. We can also do Nightcrawler into Aunt May's. Let him get the movement. Do we know if you use armor with the on reveals? Yeah, so the on reveals still go off, but the destruction does not happen.
Taking aim.
More of a zoo style deck, so like a blue marvel might be used in addition. I assume that they play here this turn. We can fill this lane. It might be better to fill left. I think left is a bit weaker, but I guess right is weak to Shadow King. Titania Viper mid. Titania Viper mid could also have been a play. That way it sends both over, clogs them here. They would have only one space left to play. If we fill them mid with like a Viper, we have the opportunity to do like Cannonball Titania, but Titania is 3 because of Sable. But I still think we take the shot. Leave them with just one space, a Blue Marvel or a Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, I guess, is going to be rough. Left Shadow King mid. What, last turn? Last turn, Shadow King would have left us pretty vulnerable, I think. Cannon mid, Demon right. I think that would have been, I think that probably would have been fine. But now we don't have that line. Goes down to 2, 3, 7. We would need to move the Nightcrawler. Like, then we don't win mid. Now we'll retreat that one.
Escaped.
No, this one's not feeling fantastic either. I guess is that our first loss with it? Like I think Misery in it doesn't feel great, but I think the rest maybe that's our second loss. Anyone buy the 1,000 token borders? I have not, Crip. I'm sure somebody out there did, but I didn't. Next up we have Gotcha. And then Lord Emostash, I ran into TLSG at a gas station the other day. I was eating a Slim Jim and said, "Hey, you're TLSG, right?" It was nice to see you too, and kudos on the Slim Jim flavor. It was delicious. For the rest, it's classic clog, yeah. So I want something where she feels like she's adding value. And so far here, she hasn't felt like that. So I do have one other one that might end up, maybe the next one's the cook. Early Shadow King feels bad. Adding value in Hella? I'm having a hard time figuring out where she adds the value in Hella. I'm not saying that she doesn't. I'm not sure how we use her. The Armor Misery, Ironheart Odin. I mean, if it works, it works. I'm gonna Green Goblin right, and then depending on what they drop, if they do like Misery left, that's kind of problematic. Yeah, they're gonna Misery left, aren't they? Otherwise, we could do like Titania Viper, but I'm thinking they snap because they have Misery in hand. Every time you fight versus Clog, you clear it and make space for Hella to summon. But what from Clog do you clear? I stopped reading it because I knew I was going to out myself on my behavior. Misery left to add additional clutter, which is decent, especially if you get like the Hood White Widow. That's always fantastic. Goblins. Okay, she could hit the goblin. Does she have to destroy it? No, no. Viper left won the game. Win right now? Or last turn? Last turn, yeah. So they fulfill right. Fortunate. Oh, never mind. We need a smaller, angrier Odin. Sounds like Misery to me. That's perfect. Definitely an angrier Odin. And she hasn't been hanging out in my deck at all. Black Bolt into the Demon. We win. See? We didn't draw Misery. We won. Easy peasy.
Victory.
How's Misery treating you? Misery, this deck is doing fine. The deck itself, I'm not sure I've gotten a single game where like he's the determining factor. Like there's a couple of times where like she maybe went off, but the deck itself is doing well. It's just a matter of if it's a good Misery deck or if we'd be better putting any other card here. Classic new cards hiding under the deck, or under the rock, yeah. Next up we have Fudge. Have you tried a mill deck? Yeah, the mill wasn't working for me. I also wasn't getting very lucky on like actually drawing my mill pieces. So. And then the thing that I'm a little bit hesitant about on like a Thor Misery deck for Odin or like Misery as a backup Odin is that Shadow King is becoming pretty prevalent, so is Cosmo. So I'm not sure we would get the value we needed out of it. All right, let's go ahead and go Cable. If we draw Misery, then we can re-trigger this left lane. Just Thrilled Second Dinner gave us a good bye week to save up more keys. She might be crazy. It might just be that somebody has to find the 11 other good cards to go with her. Like, I can tell you that with a Hood, hitting a Hood White Widow and anything else in a lane together with Misery is such a tempo advantage. But at 4 cost, you need a really, really effective card. Have you tried Misery, Electro, Null, and Arnim Zola? I have not. I wasn't sure that Electro Ramp was in a strong spot right now anyways, so I didn't brew one. You also need to draw Misery. That's very true. I have not been doing that. Zola Bug Buddy, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 3 months. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I was thinking Titania left, but we don't have priority. And so we don't have priority. And so, wait. Why didn't they play it left? Just to assert some dominance or what? Don't you think it would go good with a Nihilus? I mean, I think it'd be the same as any other clog. I also haven't been drawing my Debris. Debris and Misery and Eliath, I feel like I haven't really seen at all. Playing it left now. I would have thought so too. Oh. They are now locked here. We have the extra energy, so we can get a free Red Hulk down. Scale past them here. We have Cannonball Demon for mid. This is what, the third game that I haven't seen Misery? I feel like it's like the fourth or fifth that I haven't seen Misery. Picasso reveals Misery and Beast. Sounds like meme potential. And then Bill on the YouTube side, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far, Bill. Glad to have you here. Have another cannonball? Yeah. Yeah, but I think we'll have... Oh. I was going to say, I think they'll have priority, but it's absolutely not true. How do they win this? I don't think they ever win this one, right? With like a Shang, I guess Shang-Chi plus a 2 cost. And if that was the case, we could always go Cannonball plus like our Demon. Anything left wins? For them, yeah. Could be Shang-Chi and then anything for them. Goliath? I think they have the Red Hulk, right? Wasn't that from them? Yeah, it was from White Palace. Have we let it scale at all? Misery Cannon plus 1 left. They don't have Cannonball anymore. Stole it. Oh, I stole it with Cable. Give it a shot. They snap, which is scary. Do you think they were leaning onto the Shang-Chi? I think they were leaning. Oh, that is so okay. I don't know if smart is the right word, but that was bold. The Misery to try to re-trigger the Cannonball to try to push our big card out was crazy. He almost memed us. They can hit cannon with Misery. Yeah, you knew what they were doing, Outlaw. The TLSG is the best part of being a full-time streamer, the fact that you can get every new card now. I was able to do that before Zol. So I didn't have to make too much because I do typically make the videos on it like as soon as they come out. Now the only tricky thing is choosing between getting a video out within like the first hour and a half or streaming it. And I think I'd rather stream it and then get one a little bit later that does a little bit worse. Yeah, that was very, very close. Cannon would have also won. Yeah. Misery might work with Thor Beta Ray deck. Yeah, but I'm not sold on that deck being super strong right now with how much Shadow King we have and with how much Cosmo. Why can't Cosmo instead of Basic Arrow? So we can lean into the Misery. But probably not absolutely necessary. Next up we have Hippo again, rank number 2. We got Yondu on 1 again. Takes out our Hood. Maybe we'll actually see Misery this game. I'm going to play Titania over to the left. I think they were fighting against the potential White Widow. Said watching Fudge's side of that was painful. Oh, did he? I think it's Legion. Yeah, I assume they were expecting White Widow, but then they snapped right after, which feels crazy. Black Widow is unfortunate. Oh, and then they have Misery, right? Misery comes down here. So then they re-trigger White Widow and then destroy it. still think this is funny. You can send them the Widow's Bite. That's fine. He could have clogged left with Viper, but feared your Viper. Oh, yeah. I did see his winning potential line. Oh, no, you guys. I missed the ads. I'm sorry. I assume this is for number 2. Yeah. So not the line that I thought it was. Oh, man. They got us. Ladies and gentlemen, they got us. Well. Maybe they run Killmonger? Maybe. Maybe it is Killmonger. Hey guys, remember how Clog was absolutely an awful deck to go up against? Let's give it a ton of steroids. I don't think Misery like ramps it up incredibly. Bad. We Dedge? We might be Dedge. $50-50. Do we get priority? Do get priority. I don't think. I don't know. We might be dead. So even if they go like Cannonball mid, Demon right, it gives them more of a power. I guess we would win mid off of the Eliath, right? Nah, that's worth the risk. No, wait, hold on. No, we lose mid. I want to take it back. They lose the Widow's Kiss. So then they still win mid, yeah. We needed to push one away to lose their Doc Ock. And then I still don't even know if it was enough. I saw it as soon as I locked it in. The Widow's Kiss, I forgot. Well, he's ranked number 2 for a reason, I suppose. So I feel like, I don't know, I still haven't seen Misery. Is that 5? 6 games of Misery? Miserable. Oh, the misery indeed. Moscow Chad. That's exactly why he's ranked number 2. I wouldn't say I'm bad at math. I was just bad at math in that moment. And Dolly with the hydrate reminder, absolutely. Let's go with the debris for a little bit of clutter. If we see misery here, we'd be happy with that.
Wind, aid my hand.
And then the Phantom with the emote only chat. We're gonna lot. Analytics makes mistakes too. Yeah, you would probably be number 2 if it wasn't for all the. No, I don't know about that. Let's go ahead and launch into the emote only chat for a couple of minutes, and then we'll be right back. They like our premium. They like our premium trash indeed. We have priority. Let's snap this. I think this is the Storm War Machine Legion deck. And we're gonna rip away the. We're gonna rip away this location. I'm also gonna add Hood here, and we're raging for misery. The War Machine I don't think is gonna do as much for him as they would like. At some point we were bound to see misery. It's just not going to be this game. My goodness, what? Right, so the Cosmo right is, we don't love to see that. But something like Mania Cannonball, next turn is Eliath Demon. Probably good. They have very little space to maneuver their cards and like ramp up a potential like dagger. We know that they have Infinite. In the game right here? How? How would they end the game right here? They can't move out of left.
Hello! So happy!
Oh, big Infinite to the right's not a concern. Change the location with the fire. Oh, with Legion? Yeah, yeah. If so, we had this covered in the left, and we had a cannonball here. And they would have had to, move Cosmo over and do Legion here. And so we had left, had mid still. Legion. Legion Papa is what is the one that's eluding you. Let's go ahead and lock this in. And they could have moved Infinite over, but they didn't. The Eliath, the Ghost Spider, both are fine. We have the Cannonball, the Eliath, and the Demon of our own. We'll grab the 8 cubes. I just want to play Misery. It's miserable not being able to pull it. Let's go ahead and release you guys from emote only chat. Goodness. I mean, we're climbing ranks. But gosh. I can't pull Misery to save my life. Oh, the Misery. They had a winning line there of if they moved Infinite over into mid and then the Eliath, we couldn't have done anything. Unless we had enough power to beat them in the right, but I don't think we did. Misery has the same power of Echo, no one sees her. Oh, kidding. Even with Magic extending the game to turn 7. All right. So TVA, we have White Widow, which is great for that early game. We have Debris. We wanted to trigger it. Let's try for a White Widow left. How's the stream? The stream's going good. We're climbing. We're getting some good cubes, but we're just not finding Misery, unfortunately. We pulled her on 1. I'm gonna go ahead and rip away TVA. Yeah, I guess we could have waited, right? Could have waited, did like a Debris. What in the world? The chances of missing Misery this much are astronomical. I agree. I agree. I'm gonna go to the deck builder and double check at this point because it feels crazy. All right, let's go Cable Hood. If they have another clutter tool like Debris, yeah. We're locked into the left. Wait. I guess depending on if they... Oh, never mind. They have the power over there anyways. I don't think she exists.
Opponent snapped.
All they have to do is what, like a Titania Goblin mid, Titania White Widow mid. No. What do you think about Misery so far? I haven't seen her. We have her in the deck, but no joke, we're going on 6 to 7 games. We're going on 6 to 7 games where we haven't seen her or we haven't drawn her, even on the last turn. Oh, yep, she's in the deck. She's there. Had to confirm. I have this great Misery deck. The only issue is you can never draw. Yeah. Maybe the Misery was the games we played all along the way. Yeah, it seems like she's the old Chavez. Throw her into every deck. You'll never see her.
Gotta run, hun.
Eventually it's going to happen. Probably this game when we don't have anything to use her on. Okay. Chavez is back, not clickbait. And then just proceed to show the 7 games in a row where we don't see her. Blink is gone. Structuring a clutter could be good. Kind of like Rickety Bridge in the left. Or in mid. I'm gonna add Misery to my discard deck? No kidding. Rickety's terrible for Hella? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna rip away the Danger Room instead. Then we'll work on cluttering. There she exists. She's real. It's... What if we... I don't know if we even debris over there. Debris... Maybe we throw Misery to debris, hit it again. Going into 5. Oh, the Misery. Jubilee into Giganto. Fine. Clear up the rest of their space. Block the rest of their space. Then we have 2 turns to be able to beat whatever's there. Oh, we're gonna do the thing with the new card now that we drew her. Oh, I shouldn't have snapped because if they retreat, we don't even get to see the cool thing happen. Wait, Stegron? It's fine. Misery value indeed. Now we just need to be able to beat 15 left. 15, right? Can we beat that? Cannonball right? Yeah, Cannonball right on the last turn. I guess we only need 8 over there. So we can do Eliath. Next turn would be Cable, Cannonball right. Everything will be quite all right. I think even if we don't lose priority, I think it wins. Cannonball, we do Cable to steal the lead here. And we call it a game. Finally. Finally we get some Misery value. Love to see it. Galactus don't... Okay.
Minions
No Galactus.
to me.
Oh, Magneto.
Future.
We'll take the 4 out of it. Even if the card stayed in mid, because we cluttered the other 2 lanes. Take the 4 cubes. Whew. It's a good effort, but not quite able to get there. We'll take the 4 off of Hella. Jump over into the next one. We just need a few more Misery a game. Like maybe she adds value. We don't know yet. Salvador, you seem more relaxed and having fun since doing this full time. Also, Misery sucks. I'm definitely enjoying so instead of juggling the weight of both, knowing that there is a light at the end where I'm only going to be focusing on one. And so I'm definitely enjoying that. And I'm enjoying being able to stream more consistently. All right, let's go ahead and go Hood. Seems very low impact. We're playing a Hawk Rodent deck with her. She just felt great to play. Even she just never felt great to play. Yeah, even with upside, she sometimes still feels iffy. Cost Titania is a little bit. If you get your goblin stuck in your side, will Misery kill it? Yep, she will. Kind of like a more roundabout Annihilus. All right, we're going back to the days of no Misery. 2 games in a row would be too much to ask, right? We have a decent left lane setup for it. We get another demon out of it. Get more rocks across the board. We get the premium rocks.
Wind, aid my hand.
We do have priority, so if this is another War Machine deck, we have the answer to it.
Oh, snap.
It doesn't make it a guaranteed win, especially if they have like an Aranya, or I guess play over there. But it does take away their like big cheese potential. Oh, okay. Well, they didn't like it anymore. But you're right, that one's zombie. That one wasn't from theirs. That was a can't play high one. And then Modnerer? Modnerer? I think I always struggle with your name. Thank you for the 100 bits. You said this is because I got Infinite using Arsham, and you don't talk down to us Arsham players. Honestly, there's no reason to talk down to like any one deck. Honestly, if I was a low collection level, I'd probably go Hela or Arsham. Like if I didn't want to like have a deep, or if I didn't want to spend a lot to get a deep collection quickly, Arsham is a good card to give you access to a wide range of cards. Like I don't have any issues with people that play them. Is it frustrating if you run into it a lot of times in a row? Yeah, but that's going to be the same with any deck. So, congratulations on Infinite, and thank you so much for the bits. And so next up we have Gabriel Crawler. First location is Kunlun. We do have a Able White Widow stack that we could potentially do good with, or we could do White Widow into Green Goblin. So the Aranya coming down. I feel like we still focus on maybe filling mid. And as long as they don't have a Madam Web that they place into mid, we should be okay. Magic Man, hey on, this Misery of yours has an invisible woman cloaking her on your draws. Yes. May I offer an alternate Misery deck? Yeah, you can. Maybe that'll break us out of the Misery funk. Although we do get the buffed up Misery. We have priority. I think we go ahead and try the Green Goblin. Worst case scenario, we get to Misery and clear it away. Odin will not retrigger himself, and if I remember right, Odin's not retrigger other Odins. Alright, so now we do one of these numbers. Send the Titania their way. With the extra turns, we might be able to do like a late game Cable Misery situation. Draw 2 of their cards. People quickly forget how hard it is to be low collection level. Yeah, and I've been there. Like, especially whenever I'm going against low collection level players, like I don't have an issue with anything that someone's playing. If it's something where like it's Arsham 10 games in a row because it's that popular or that strong, I think that's more so on like the development team than the game itself. Like I don't think it necessarily speaks to the player that's using it. It's just something that's in the game. The Beast with the Iron Fist, so they're pulling up the Aranya, the Green Goblin, and they move the Beast over to the left. Then Aranya to move it back over to the right. Interesting. Then Ghost Spider, pull it over to the right. Why? A lot of steps. That doesn't seem right. That beast just moved to every lane. He's an absolute beast. I think the meta is super healthy right now. I think I think a lot of the decks that are really prominent in the meta, some of them feel kind of bad. That's unfortunate. Double unfortunate. Called us out. This is our best bet. Or we try a Hail Mary Cannonball, but then we can't really win the right lane. I guess with Misery, we don't either. Fun Killer? The Cosmo, the Fun Killer. And I'm having a good run so far with Hood, Iceman, Yondu, Master Mold. So it's a Ronin build, and then with Cersei as well. Nine, 10, 11. Have Iron Fist and Ghost Spider already down. But all I really need is 3 or 4, which moves over into Kunlun, and 2 in Limbo. Nah. I think it takes too much to try to push this one back where it needs to be.
Escaped.
That has written, Misery always tries to re-trigger. Tries to destroy. Yeah. And so it works in that order. So the way that it's listed on the card itself. So it first tries to re-trigger the on reveals, and then it tries to destroy. Yeah, Iron Fist is active. Yeah, that left lane was... Even if they didn't have an actual movement card, I think they dominated mid. I guess we could have maybe looked at like Shadow King left and then try to pressure mid with our bigger card. I don't really like that this one, the Murder World location here.
Snap.
Shooting for capping out mid.
Victory.
I'm gonna retreat. I was shooting for capping out mid with the White Widow and then staging the Titania, so if they played a card here, it bounced and locked that last spot. But we'll take that too. So I just want to, I really just want to be able to fill out if she feels clunky in this deck or not. But 13 games in, we're casually up 26 cubes. Most of those games her being at the bottom. And then Zodrax, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So far we've been trying to play Misery and she's been hanging out at the bottom of our deck. But we finally have a game where we draw her on 1. So we see. You just prefer the base card border look? But for Misery, I don't know. Typically, I upgrade them straight from gray to orange. You can use that in your title. We sure can. We could go White Widow into like a magic, which would allow us to Misery, or we could just go White Widow right. That lets us do a magic wherever we need to. Titania right is nice. I think we go ahead and rip away Strange Academy. Right now, I don't think we have enough to want to re-trigger with Misery.
Wind,
Wait,
aid my
hold on.
hand.
Maybe we do?
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
We may not win. I just feel like it's going to be a power move to re-trigger magic, to re-enable the limbo lane. Got a War Machine gamer. Maybe we do. We sure do. We'll take the Misery use where we can. It doesn't happen often, but when it's there, it feels good. All right, let's go ahead and go Titania Viper. We finish filling up this right lane. Then we can always pull one of those back. So Widow's Kiss is going to be -6 at the end of the game. Legion? Yeah, they could Legion. I guess into any of them, yeah? Wow, okay. The big flood. Rough flood. Big, good one. They did Legion. Legion plus Ebony Maw would be the line I would think they would go with. We lost priority there. Can't Legion? They sure can. They have War Machine down. They can Legion into the big house. Since we can only do one thing, I don't think we have a good way to pull it back. Because what I'm assuming is Legion, maybe Ebony Maw. If it was just Legion, that wouldn't win for him. Because we could just Eliath. We win these two. Legion in the +1, I think it's too much to risk. Cannonball. What? Cannonball gives them Titania? Yeah, Cannonball would give them Titania. I was just using it as like a hypothetical.
Escaped.
Man. Thought it was sleek, and then they had the crossbones for the power. And my takeaway is that quick cannonball is quite strong. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Let's go into one more. We're going to run into a quick set of ads. And I'm going to run into my third backup deck for Misery. Maybe it ends up being the strongest one. But also, at the same time, maybe not. I'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Is it Thanos? It is indeed Thanos. We're gonna give it a shot. What this deck does is it limits the on reveals that you have to primarily ones that you don't mind if they're destroyed. So like Psylocke, your stones. You could re-trigger Shadow King if you absolutely needed to, like if it got flipped in with Lockjaw. But it limits those abilities so that you can really have control over when and how it comes down. And you primarily will focus on hitting the stones where you can. Why is your stream still at 720? I don't know, because I watched the video on demand and it was 1080. So I don't know why it's streaming at 720. Is that a Thanos? It is. Let's try it. See how it does. Doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Destiny will arrive.
I was so set on getting the Peach Album variant for Thanos, but he's been so bad. Yeah. Yeah, Thanos has been in a rough spot. Next up, we have Toxic Bev. Let's go ahead and go Space Stone, and we draw Misery right off the jump, which we'll absolutely take. Misery always in the bottom. She's less likely to show up now. She should. She should be. Here she is. Let's play Power Stone into mid. It only destroys the own reveals. Yeah. Yep. Only the own reveals. Okay, so we can do Psylocke. If we get another stone, we can use one of the draw stones plus Misery next turn, which will re-trigger the Psylocke, re-trigger the draw from the Space Stone. So we can get a little bit deeper into our deck. That is not a one cost. We could also just go Vision since we have the extra. We don't waste any of it. We potentially draw into one of the stones next turn and do both. Did we try her on Electro yet? No, I haven't tried her on Electro. I didn't feel like Electro was in a strong spot previously, but I guess neither was Thanos. I didn't feel like it was in a strong spot previously. So I didn't even brew one. Medusa and Punisher. I think this guy's a low collection level gamer. This looks like the season pass avatar, and usually when you see those, well, Mockingbird backfired. Go get him, Bev. They very well might.
I am Iron Man.
The 4-power Iron Man. Yeah. Bev knocking him down. Is Spider-Man 2099 a good card? No, not really. All right, I think this would just be a pipe dream. I think the Misery on Thanos would just be a pipe dream. I'll try it for a handful more games. By the time she comes down, you have one extra turn to play her, which typically you'll want to be doing bigger things anyways. But also Thanos that still at least passively works with destroy. All right, let's go Psylocke. I'm gonna save Psylocke for next turn. That way we can do Psylocke into Blink.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
The Misery with Ajax and Clog is cooking. What's the rest of your build? LOL. Trojan Guy TV, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. All right, let's go Time Stone Psylocke. Yeah, Psylocke last so that we can actually flip into Misery with it, depending on what else we have in the deck. Ooh, they're gonna have Misery lined up over here. Beautiful. Yeah, incoming Misery. Yeah, I know. It's tough to see everyone else live in your dream. Getting those lined up. The 2 into 3, or even the 1, 2, and 3. I'm glad you're back from your break. Noticed that I had the Prime sub and figured I'd use it on my favorite snapper. Thank you so much, Trojan Guy. The support is massive. It's been a little bit nerve-wracking making the transition to full-time, but I think it's been absolutely the right decision. As long as we can continue this like momentum and traction, I think we'll be all right. So now that you pointed out that you say took you long enough, I can finally hear it. Yeah, yeah. So the sub sound is long enough. I thought it was so funny. You must be well past your original sub goal. Yeah. We're past the original sub goal and past the one that my wife had set for us as well. Or me and my wife originally set. Set from Untapped. You pulled it from, yeah, Misery doesn't exist for me. It does for the opponent. So you said you pulled this one from Untapped? Check what?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And if you didn't hear it, there it is. And then Descolorio, thank you so much for the Prime sub, and John's Wasted Life, thank you so much for the 50 bits and the flag. He said it is Wong.
Victory.
And that's why the Wong card pops up whenever it happens. Unless I messed up that alert and it doesn't do that anymore. But hey, we just wanted to support you. Thank you so much, Descolorio. That brings us up to a nice 17 for the day. The support has been absolutely massive. Thirsty in the list, I see. Nice to see someone else cooking with her. Yank this thing away. Well, I see the Cersei build, but I also on Untapped see another one that I think is interesting. And maybe it's another creator, but you know, you guys mentioned several times that we should do a Hammer Bros to re-trigger the hammers. I didn't see it. The stats on it, at least for early, are pretty solid. And then I can also try the Cersei one as well. That one has decent stats. Are you playing Pokemon Pocket? Yeah, so I actually moved back from New Zealand today, and I realized that they opened up the game to the other regions. How steamy pile of crashes, Misery. I got her on my first key. Had to waste another 2 on Namora. When she lines up perfectly, it's really, really good. Well, it's good. I don't know if I would add an extra really. So I don't know if you have to download it the same way, but you don't need a VPN to access the game anymore. All right, next up we have Reckon. The first location is Monster Island. We do have their Negasonic. So with the hood here, I think they would probably be trying to set up their Misery here. I would just be guessing. Yes, the hood cable. So they're trying to set up the Misery here. We actually probably should have White Widowed there, so that they had less space to do the things that they wanted to do. Draw our Misery as well. All right, let's go ahead and go Nocturne. How was the weather in New Zealand? It was much cooler. It was still hot, but it wasn't as like humid hot for sure. So the Bear and Zemo, I assume if they did draw their misery, it hits here. So they get some good benefit. Let's go ahead and set up a Miss Marvel. You're in Texas? Yeah, I'm in the Houston area. The Gladiator, it doesn't matter what it hits. We will potentially have, I guess it allows us to better pull our Thor. I don't know, we wouldn't want to do that on. Hammer Bro's hanging out at the bottom though. I guess it's like a Jane Foster. Maybe we set up a copycat on the last turn. Lady Deathstrike. Doesn't quite give them priority, but it does do a lot for them. So maybe now it's like... this. We have priority too. Would be 10, 15, 18, 19 plus 5. We're saving the left lane. We have priority, so the Negasonic that we stole is going to destroy whatever they place over there. Edge? I don't think we edge. Aunt May's was rude though. Aunt May's was so rude. I'm glad we didn't need that extra 3 over there, because that would have been awful. We will take the 2 cubes, jump over into the next. The new card feels trash. New card feels tough to brew around, kind of like Wiccan. Wiccan was one that it felt like you were going all in and was kind of awful. So it feels very similar because it's like a combo specific build. I don't know that means. So something like White Widow can really easily be looked at, and you kind of know what decks she goes in well just by looking at the card and the effect. Something like this, I think, will take a little bit of time to find like a good home, and even then, she may still turn up as bad. But I think she'll at least be around in some way, shape, or form. All right, so we stole their hood. Not bad. Let's go ahead and play it out. Jeff having Thor to one of the sides and then a Beta Ray in mid is also really big. Now I'm only missing 8 cards. Nice Nimbus. Moving along. All right, let's do Thor to the right. We have Beta Ray Bill. Difficult card so far. Yeah, I would say it's kind of a difficult card to get consistent value from. All right, let's go. I'm gonna go Beta Ray into mid. We have an extra turn to draw Jane Foster, to draw our hammers, draw Misery. We have Killmonger to block against the Clutter. So if they're running a higher end Clutter deck, Killmonger for that line. Wouldn't Jeff be good in a werewolf build? I don't know, because most of the time in a werewolf deck, you want to keep your own reveals, right?
Clear for takeoff.
So I feel like Misery would just destroy some of the ones that you would want to keep. I think Copycat, White Widow. If they have another Clutter. Oh yeah, they have 2 Clutters. We are in a tricky spot. We don't have any 1 costs that are over on this side of the board. Man, we didn't draw. We haven't drawn a single one of the hammers. Tuma would have been clutch left. Would have absolutely been clutch. I didn't see it, but it would have been really, really big. All right, so the Hulk. Finally, a Misery. Not a single hammer to be seen. Cocktail and run. New card needs more effects, which prevent your stuff from being destroyed. Ooh, I didn't think about Kyera. Kyera on a handful of 1-cost on reveals could be kind of fun.
Escaped.
I thought about armor. I thought about the armor line, but not the Kyera. So maybe if you have both of those, you could have that like consistency to be able to have one or the other down. But would it be big enough? Because then that would take up maybe 1 space in the land if it's armor. You would have at max 2 on reveals you could retrigger, and then it would cap out the lane. Hood, White Widow, and also Grandmaster. Grandmaster could be an interesting one. And then Hood, of course, is a fantastic hit. All right, next up we have Colombian. First location is Monster Metropolis with the Quicksilver. In case they're going with a Galactus deck, I'm going to play White Widow into the right. But I think the Galactus Wiccan has kind of died down a little bit, at least.
Opponent snapped.
Go ahead and play Nocturne. I'm assuming that they snapped because they have a curve for a 3-cost here. Luke Cage will do it. A curve for a 3-cost here, and then Wiccan. But we now have 2 Shadow Kings. Could always just turn off the left lane with Nocturne. Utilized card. Galactus Wiccan is what I used to Infinite a few days ago. It's a very fun deck, but I think it's one of those decks that's only good or only has big strength whenever it's like the Quantum Realm to the left. We were going to rip it away because they have Luke Cage down. Since they had Luke Cage, they wouldn't get negatively afflicted by Quantum Realm. It's still our Thor. Very Thor subject. I guess we can hit their potential Thor if they get the hammer. We can hit it with the Shadow King. Yeah, not gonna be able to do anything with this. Marvel gives +5. Shadow King doesn't do as much. Throw Shadow King of our own. Nah, we'll dip out of this one. After 6 straight weeks, pull in the new card with 1 cat, or of pulling it with 1. History took all 4. It finally caught up to you. Your good luck finally caught up to you. You had to use all of them. I'm in a similar boat. I've had a couple weeks in a row where I've pulled it on 1. I just know that the day for 4 is gonna be here soon. Hazmat? Yeah, I think Hazmat was incoming. And so there's several interesting book ideas for Misery, but it doesn't look like most of them are out. I always forget about Galactus until about 5 seconds after I hit in turn. Then I think, what? Yep. Same boat mod. And so they have Yondu to start off, which hits our White Widow. Kill their Baron Zemo. So Jeff, I feel like, I don't know. Maybe there's a space for a junk mill hybrid that uses like the Yondu, White Widow, Cable. I like Agent Venom, but I never pulled him. Similar to how TLSG is never pulling Misery today. Yeah. They do re-trigger Yondu. It takes out another one of ours. So, took out our Shadow King, right? Yeah. But that gives us a better chance to get Beta Ray Bill down, to get Jane Foster, to get Misery onto him. I think we're actually kind of happy with that. And then Blue Phoenix said, just popping in. How are you feeling about Misery so far? It's kind of miserable. The 4-cost slot is so tough to use. Let's just say the name is fitting. Yeah. It ends up on using her on curve on 4. It typically ends up feeling pretty like clunky or awkward because you would rather be doing so much else on that turn typically. That's kind of where we're at. All right, let's go Jane Foster into mid. We pull out, I guess, both of the hammers. It doesn't matter. She is a hit or a misery. She sure is, Blue. She sure is. She's also been hanging out at the bottom of my deck today. So I haven't got to use her or utilize her a whole lot. I think we get a decent use out of her here. Be able to do like a double trigger of Beta Ray plus like a Quake or something else. But is it better than an Odin? I don't know. Jane Wright for the Shang-Chi. But then Misery's gonna kill it in the right lane. Oh, I guess we could have done Hammer plus Misery mid, yeah? Yeah, it would have been better. Wait, what are they doing? Think they meant to do that? Do you think they have a null? Maybe they're trying to discount a death? Even if they have Shang-Chi, we're going to rip away Xandar by pushing it to the right. But since we have priority, we lose to a Shadow King. Copy that. Fair. Oh, we also lose to a Shang-Chi right, though.
Power must be controlled.
That. Yep. That's Shang-Chi. Well, I got to use Misery. And then John's wasted, you said, I think she fits well in the Hawk Ronin for turn 4 plays. That deck looks even worse with Misery. I think I agree. It had good starting stats for like low sample size, but like 25 games with whoever created it and was running it. But I don't see the vision. Yeah, it's changed. What is the autofill? Still the same thing. The screen package that is want us to do. Try milk log. That's what I was trying to think of, or I was thinking of building, was like a milk log. But I didn't try like a full mixture of both. So the Yondu, unless we're going like full mill, feels like he's too much into it. And without it, it feels like we're going too heavy into the mill stuff. I think if we're trying to get rid of all their stuff, Baron Zemo's still in play. Killmonger, like a necessity right now against like debris or clutter. Gladiator, Misery. I think this deck always wants a magic. Feels like we always want at least the Shadow King, with how much stuff we have right now that scales. Magic. Goodness. All right, so the magic feels like we always want Shadow King with how much, so much is scaling right now. And I think probably Shang-Chi as well, in case, you know, Gladiator backfires. But then we're losing a lot of the like potential mill clog stuff. Play Grandmaster, then White Widow, then Misery. Would White Widow trigger twice if hit by Grandmaster? Said Hood Death. We could do the Hood for the backup turn one play. But our like need like kind of like the Ajax Clutter Hazmat stuff. Ajax was there to win one lane. This one doesn't feel like that. Like it feels like we're gonna mill their stuff and then not have any gas to win. Copycat Surfer? Then Misery would be. I'm crushing with a. Josie, you said you can crush with. You're crushing with Ronin and Hawk. We can try the Ronin and Hawk. Just in general, the Ronin Hawk line hasn't felt super crazy. I feel like I'm having a hard time finding a mixture between like a good medium between mill and clog. So I feel like clog is always the better of the two when it comes to the mill stuff, because you're almost never gonna get rid of everything that was in their hand. Grandmaster Cook? Yeah, it's a Grandmaster Cook. So we have the good hits for Misery. So we have the Korg Hood, Master Mold, Black Widow, so a good 1, 2, 3. Also Rock Slide. Then we're kind of relying on like Ronin Mystique. Does it feel like you ever need Cosmo? I haven't tried Electro Ramp. I'm not sure how far it would get us. Electro Ramp hasn't been in a super strong spot for a while. Think of Sarah Onslaught with Misery. Targeted Surfer Ironheart. I feel like you end up making sure like it would make sure that you lost one of the lanes with the retrigger for that Surfer Ironheart. So then you would have to make absolutely sure you could win the others. And so Cosmo, I always in decks like this, I always tend to like Cosmo to protect. Like you can do turn 5 Hawk into Mystique plus Cosmo to stop like the rogues, the Shang-Chis. Unless we're just hoping that we can do without it. I love weeks with cards like Misery, easy to save keys. Yeah, maybe. I'll run it as is. Let's see. My gut tells me that Cosmo might need a spot. But before that, it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then we'll be right back in a minute and a half. Don't go anywhere, you guys. All right, we're back. My goodness. The corner of the desk. All right, let's see if this is a good home for it. Deck was cooked up by Josie. Said I cooked up a Namora Misery ramp combo. Nightcrawler, Psylocke, Jeff, Ironheart, Nocturne, Jubilee, Long, Misery, White Tiger, Namora, Doom, Odin. How good is Misery doing in that one though? Wolverine scene. Thank you. I knew that you were popping back around. A primary, you said this is the deck I thought about for Misery. All right, let's see. The ones that I wanted it to work well in, it doesn't feel like it's gonna make like a lasting impression on them. So right now,
Victory.
my honest impression is that she feels worse than Scream. Because Scream is at least decently playable. Can get really big. This one, you have to find the big payoff, like what it's worth it. And so maybe it's a Ronin deck. Would a second dinner think this card would work in? I don't know. I don't know. And then replacement for Grandmaster. Oh yeah. Maximus would probably be fine. Maximus or Cosmo. Scream is only good if you play it on 2. I'd say even as late as like 3, potentially. 3 for like a Kingpin. Scream might be all right. Next up we have Villela. First location is Destroyed Mansion. I'm going to go ahead and play our Hood into mid in case we do get Misery. I know that's I was having a hard time because that Woody is the only person that I know of that uses that, and I know that he would probably never be ranked 186. Like decent rank for us, bad rank for him. All right, let's hope that they play one card. We're gonna shove Master Mold or Symbiotes into their hand. Maybe this is the War Machine Legion Storm deck, or just a full-on move. You get Mystique as the backup for like Ronin or Hawk. Go rock side, clutter them up. Usually the cards along in the spotlight have synergy. Yeah, a lot of times they do. That was unfortunate. So the Cosmo and Titan have Toxin and Anti-Venom been out already? Or are they barely getting released for the first time this month? No, so they're going to get released next month. Or in a couple weeks, not next month. They haven't been released before. Each week a new card that hasn't been in the game in the past gets released. And so they've been around a while outside of like the game, but it's the first time they're coming into the game. So we did send them a Widow's Kiss. It's a little bit tight for them to play. Honestly, I think they could do it. We assume they can't get down past making Ronin 9. So they would have to play everything except for the Master Molds. So I think we're okay for the Ronin right. Crazy Bar Sinister usage? I know. It's absolutely crazy. Now, we have to worry about if they move Cosmo out of mid or not. Feels like Vulture play just threw the game for them. I don't know. They could snipe our Mystique with a Cosmo move. Actually, Cosmo move plus like an Goliath mid. What are we doing? This is more. Hawk doesn't get Cosmo sniped. You're right. You're absolutely right. It does get Goliath sniped. So if they decide to just keep Cosmo in place, which I don't think they do. I guess if they just went big power to the left anyways, it'd be fine. Imagine MODOK. Don't put that out there. We'll grab the 2 cubes.
Victory.
Brilliant move gameplay. Move is one of those decks that most of the time you have a line that could win with the deck. It's just about finding it consistently. Misery OP. Misery is absolutely OP. All right, next up we have Fudge. The first location, Dream Dimension. It's a little bit rough.
Hey, I found a rook.
But we start with Korg. Master Mold is a good follow-up. So if they don't play this turn, that's fine. Nice having the Master Mold in hand. If we can get a Misery to trigger, or even potentially a Grandmaster can re-trigger those.
Oh, snap.
Why the Hazmat so early? Even your Symbiote Spider-Man can re-trigger? Yeah. And it helps from a little bit of clutter, but the Hydrate reminder from Akshay, absolutely. Hazmat Misery? Yeah, potentially. But it's just so strange that they dropped it ahead of time. Yeah, the Black Widow. That'd be it. Do they already have it in hand, or are they just trying to hopefully set up for it? Because we don't have ours in hand for sure. And if they have Ajax as well, then Ajax into Onslaught Citadel is big, probably bigger than what Hawk will be. No Misery gameplay. Shorbs, you said, yo, just resubbed and no pop-up. Thanks for the vids, chat, etc. It might pop up here in just a minute. I have seen that time to time. Yeah, they did have misery in hand, which is not what you want. Not what you want to see. Let's go. Killmonger, Widow's Bite, Killmonger, and then Symbiote Spider-Man. We'll retrigger the Master Mold instead of Korg. I forgot we're getting Toxin. Yeah, the card is gonna be crazy. But Shorbs, thank you so much for the resub. I do appreciate it. I'm sure it'll pop up eventually. But whenever it does, I'll thank you again. And thanks for being here to enjoy the content. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. Anti-Venom? Yeah, Anti-Venom is another one that I think is going to be kind of hit and miss. Like, it could be one that has a really big payoff, but I think most of the time it's just going to be kind of a dud. I could imagine Toxin, Ravonna with Wolfsbane stage.
I want the throne.
So no card draw from them. Anti-Venom will make Power the Duck meta. Trust in you. Trust in you, my friend. Well, we lose. I wasn't able to get enough power down elsewhere with the double hit of Black Widow. I feel like getting Black Widow into misery is huge for the disrupt factor of the deck. And then also Black Widow Grandmaster is pretty disruptive. But you really need a good curve into 5 to get those points to be able to win. Reserving 4 keys for Anti-Venom just because the card sounds and looks cool. It does. Did I miss you calling Misery a dud? I don't know. I feel like there may be a deck or two out there that she does pretty well in. But 4 costs are so restrictive in like how and when they're played.
Escaped.
Oh, I wonder what they were afraid of, because they had what four sentinels. That was enough to beat us. Do we have to play Nico just to get her draw 2 spell? I mean, potentially. I pulled the card in 1. I did not believe in the heart. Believe in the heart of the cards, I guess. Crystal? Yeah, might be some Crystal gamers here in a minute. Next up, we have Mango. I've been trying to make a Hawk Ronin deck work for months. Mine is basically this one minus Symbiote and Misery. Yeah, Symbiote Spider-Man is really great at retriggering mold. But it's just a matter of, is the payoff enough? The first location is the Crimson Cosmos. We do get our Grandmaster, so I guess we could have, we probably should have played Korg here. Into Master Mold, like into Grandmaster, I think would be the tentative line. We do have a Thanos gamer. Let's go Master Mold. Clutter up their hand, because they're going to want space to draw with all of their cards. So if we can shove their hand full of Sentinels, then I think we'd be able to win. White Widow, Black Widow, Misery seems strong. Yeah, I think if you like draw into that in particular, I think it'd be really, really strong. Ooh, so it's a Thanos Destroy. And we don't get to re-trigger the Master Mold. Unfortunate. Well. Cersei's very strong alongside Sentry. Yeah, and in some other, like, sometimes you run Brood just to turn them into 4-cost cards. Master Mold should have more power. Yeah, he's weaker than Sentinel, which you're sending their way, so it feels like he should at least be able to hold his own there. But all right, let's go. Oh, Hood, I guess. I don't want to use Killmonger because they're gonna need the space probably. There is a chance that whenever they destroy this, Wolverine wins them Sanctum Sanctorum. If they win it, or if they can draw it. I guess Rock Slide. And then BTG Mock, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So, add a little bit more junk into their deck. A Hawk would almost be an auto win, I think. We also need to kind of pressure this left lane. I guess maybe not. We're going to hope for either Ronin or Hawk as our next draw.
I want the throne.
Unless they have a Claw. No, they could destroy Killmonger and it pop over to the right lane. Oh yeah, Thanos would have won them right too, yeah. If they had the stone to be able to play it. I don't know if they have the stones though. Alright, Ronin to the left isn't as good as Hawk, but we'll take it. Yeah, that's it. And that is an intentional angel that they built in their deck as well. Mango is cooking up something special.
Victory.
We will take the 2 cubes. Misery nowhere in sight. It turned out fine. Like even the decks are running decently for the most part. We've had the Clutter one that did well. This one I think will do well. At least for me, it's seeming so rare whenever I draw Misery on like the perfect curve, which may have it here. All right, next up we have Elite XF. Let's go ahead and go Korg. We do have Grandmaster, so we may play that. Rating on Misery so far, negative 15. I don't know that I'd say negative 15. This is my first real week of going for the Spotlight caches since I've started playing basically 1 year. I wanted War Machine, but got the random card, which rolled into one of the rare Series 4 cards I own, and Misery. Rough. All right, so with Martyr, I'm feeling like this maybe is a Galactus deck. No. Oh, it's just a 2 deck. That's fine. I mean, Misery value. Take it. Take the built-in armor. We have the Black Widow that's going to send them something. Next turn, we'll do Misery over there. Sends them another Widow's Bite and the extra rock. What? Oh, they'll send the Bite over? I mean, that's fine. Even if they did. Like, they sent the Shanna, but even if they did, we would give them one more in return, and it's disrupting their draw enough that I don't think it's problematic. Then Walker on the YouTube side, I made a Misery Clog deck. So I tried a Misery Clog, and I think it can do okay, but it just didn't, for me, it wasn't working as well. Like, I won a lot of games, but it wasn't because of Misery that I won, I think. We lose 6, 12, whatever else in mid. I kind of think we Ronin right. Mystique, Killmonger would be great. Killmonger break his spirit. I think we break his spirit on the last turn. That way we break his cubes too. Unless there's a Chimera. Echo? Oh my god. There's an Echo in here or something. Well, well, no, do that, no. Longer and it's done. We don't win the left lane off of that though. So I would need something else in the left, I think. This is the best that we have, is the Master Mold Killmonger. So that brings us up to 6. We're at 4, 5, 6, 7. They're at 6 with that. We needed the 1 extra power on mold. Or for this not to get hit by Sable. Echo blindness is a serious problem with Snap players. If you or someone you know suffers from echo blindness, please see a doctor. No kidding. But they whiffed the right lane.
Victory.
We were just baiting them into the 4-cuber. They had nothing to play. Yeah. The KM knives coming in. Spirit broken for sure. So between all of the widow, so I didn't pay attention. I didn't realize they didn't play the second Widow's Kiss until the end. Anything is better than a -1 though. Well, I mean, they got a +2 for completing the Ant-Man over there. Oh, I should have checked their profile. Yeah, so they got an extra plus, what, 3 out of it? All right, next up we have Butt. Sometimes whenever we face them, we do anything but win. See if we can get some cubes. The first location is the Danger Room. It is the Butt himself. So Nico with the card copy. Dream Dimension. Dream Dimension's pretty tough for us. Since we don't have Misery, I'm not going to play it into mid. I guess we could, because we do have the backup Killmonger eventually. Like,
Got him.
I wish it wasn't too late. I wish we would have pulled it back. And with the Misery continues.
Opponent snapped.
I don't think we ever beat the second Star-Lord. Honestly, I feel like giving him this one. Know that we have the rock slide, and then we can re-trigger. That leaves us with like Ronin, Mystique, Killmonger. Star-Lord left, yeah. Yeah, the Star-Lord left was hurt. Was hurtful. Star-Lord, yeah. Yep, Star-Lord, and they got a copy of the Star-Lord too. Get Hawk as well, which isn't awful. It's not great. Oh, but we can't do the... Oh, man. We can't do the plus Ronin. Can't do like Ronin or Hawk into Mystique the next turn because of Dream Dimension. But yeah. Yeah, it's but indeed. I don't really want to play Demon out yet. We'll need to Killmonger. Nice. What is cooking?
Escaped.
I don't know what else was in the deck, but those 4 specific cards absolutely dominated us. What did I miss? You missed a struggle bus. Like we've found decks that do decently, but I haven't been able to like consistently get Misery to do what she needs to do. This deck that we're playing, we were just 4-0 with it. We're now 4-1 because Butt handed our butts to us. But I feel like I think we got Misery one time. Oh, you also missed me playing Ronin into an invisible one lane, not invisible one, Echo lane, and then we still came back and won that one. They start off with the hood. She does exactly what she's supposed to, cause misery, but to you, yeah, she's supposed to inflict it onto the enemy. All right, so none of our early cards hurts this deck a lot. Scoundrel takes out hood, which is fine. Grandmaster. So Gladiator pulling out Killmonger. Not awful, but it's not great. I would rather it would have pulled. Hawk would have been cool. Misery wouldn't have been great. Master Mold would have been good. And still no misery. We're getting milled. And still no misery so far. I think that means we. I'll retrigger it this turn. We're going to take the bad power output for blocking them their draw again the following turn. So the cable, they could get misery from it. I understand her name now. She's been hanging out at the bottom of our deck for most of our games. It's unfortunate. All right, so something like I'm pretty sure a deck like this will have Shang-Chi. Wow, Lady Deathstrike. Found it. We found it. It exists. We don't have priority, so if they have a Shang-Chi, we just lose it. What?
Power must be controlled.
Yeah. I got Namora. Should I try to go for War Machine as well? I do exist, Misery 2024. I would say War Machine is in a really, really good spot right now. And so if you like control style of decks, I think War Machine is great. I've been using Mirage with Misery and a Brew with Collector style. Ooh, interesting. Has it been working very well for you? It is time for a quick set of ads real fast before we jump over into any more, so you guys don't go anywhere. I'm gonna continue with this one for a minute. We may pivot a little bit, but we'll see. Here in just a minute. Yeah, I think they were just asking if they should continue spending keys for War Machine. Anything new and snazzy? Okay, so we're gonna borrow this one. So I'm not sure who's running the. I'll pull over the page. I'm not sure who's running the Hammer Bros one, but they're doing it a lot better than I did. And so I have it filtered right now to last 30 days, but that's just the most recent updated because I have it set to Misery, so it's only going to pull from today anyways. Top 10%. The Hammer Bros deck, someone is cracking it out at 41 games, a 61% win rate with it. But it was just not working for me. So this The Cersei one that was recommended earlier is also doing pretty decent. 42 games in, almost a 60% win rate. Pretty low cube rate, which I think is the issue with a lot of Clutter decks. This one is still kind of a lower sample size. And then we have this, which is the kind of hybrid between Mill and Clog that we were looking for. I'd be below cube rate too. Still interested in trying this one. Alpha, you said, okay, have someone here running your list. Should I let them win to skew the win rate? Absolutely. No, don't do that, Alpha. Showing those stats? Yeah. And so I mean they're definitely early on, but seem decent, at least for what it was. This one had a lower cube rate, so I almost am inclined to try the Hammer Bros one. Like the stats on it over 60 games is enticing me enough that I think we're gonna give it a backup shot. I'm gonna take my original Milsery, build this new one. Try it again. Maybe I just wasn't running it well, or maybe I got unlucky for the couple. I only played it for, I guess, for 4 games. Usually, if it's not working by then, it's not working. But we're still gonna give it a shot. What about taking Hood and Killmonger out? Put White Widow and Cosmo. Affect your big turn 5 plays with the Ronin deck. That might be the case, but you also have to be able to fight for priority to get Cosmo down like ahead of time, unless you're dropping it on 3. Shuri Misery? What? Shuri, yeah, but they're both 4 costs. So unless you get like a Zabu or a Psylocke down into Shuri into Misery, I feel like it wouldn't really work. Next up we have Snap Verso. First location is Stark Tower. Looks like they're lining up for a potential Misery play, which I'm okay with. They also pulled their Grandmaster. Also, so absolutely fine. So we should be able to win Luke's Bar, even if they do Misery to destroy this. We have Beta Ray for the left lane, into Jane Foster, into being able to do the Hammer plus Misery. So it would probably be Jane Foster left if that's the case, but we'll see it. Even then you stack your big guys in the same lane? Yeah. So we're not going to be able to do Misery over there. Okay, never mind. We have Killmonger somewhere in our deck, which I'm just going to have to believe that we're going to pull eventually. Can do Misery over here. Have the extra turn and extra capacity. He said, so should we set a goal for the Rude TLSG stream? Even wear all black? Try. I don't know if I could even be rude. What would be a good goal for that? All right, let's go ahead and go Beta Ray. We do fall to a potential like Shang-Chi a lot of times. It looks like they're running Clutter. So Cannonball is probably very likely for them. Ooh. And it might not be great, but we could copycat the Goblin. Send it back their way. We can also hit it with a Misery. Oh, we'll eventually hit it with Misery anyways. We don't have to worry about the Goblin. Goblin's good. We'll go ahead and Jane Foster. Next I don't know. I don't know if we hold the Stormbreaker and the Misery. Take that.
Systems go.
Early Cannonball there seems crazy. I wouldn't say that wearing black equals rude, but it's just, I think they were going for like, because I would be being like extra edgy, more so. I haven't been following very long, but I can't imagine a rude TLSG. Me neither, and I've been following me for at over 30 years. So I couldn't imagine a rude TLSG stream either. So I think we go ahead and handle here. Maybe we do Jeff? Shadow King Jeff? Wait. What would we... Why would we play the Shadow King? I mean, I guess we could for the extra. But in case they're running Clutter, so if they do like a debris, I don't want to have this lane at a risk. Do you ever even get road late rage? So I live near Houston. But the big Carnage is cool. Viper for the magic. I'm hoping that we have enough space. Oh no. Don't. Because of the double Clutter in the right lane. Our Misery is now... Oh, why didn't we play Stormbreaker into mid last turn? What are we doing? Growing. We still win mid. I think we'll always still win left. If we did something with the Quake. If it was like Quake, Stormbreaker, Misery. Quake it. Well, that's what we're gonna try and do here. We could potentially still lose Limbo because of it. Like if they play something, it bounces Titania, and I think it's fun. It will start to click. He's getting over court brain. Yeah, we have to go through a detox. As a Texan native, I can say we don't have road rage. That's just a natural state of being. I guess if they go a Shang-Chi, we lose, yeah? Hey, we'll take it. I'll take the Beta Ray to the right over the Shang-Chi any day. You can have the Titanium. We'll take the 8 cubes. My goodness. What a way to start. You grow up in Texas? But I feel like Texans are angry. No, I grew up in Oklahoma. Like small town Oklahoma. And then when I was in high school, we moved to Texas. But I feel like, I don't know. I never felt like Texans were like super rude. There are some places and like some pockets depending on where you're at, but I think that's kind of anywhere. It was a nasty Quake for sure. Could you imagine if I had road rage that bad? Ever been told how nice or bless your heart Texans have mastered being rude and kind? I feel like that was more of like an Oklahoma thing for me, where it's like passive aggressive niceness. I haven't felt that in Texas. In Oklahoma, I definitely did. Next up, we have Atuma. First location is Hala. We have a nice Quake that we can throw down. We have Thor. We do have Jane Foster. We have their symbiote Spider-Man as well. Where in Oklahoma? It was super small town. So it's like 30 minutes away from Oklahoma City. Like it was kind of like a nothing town. I definitely wouldn't go back there now because I feel like it's gone even further downhill into just like bad habits and things like that. Yeah, so with the symbiote, yeah, I think either one of those two for sure. And if it's Panther, we don't have any way to. I guess we have Shadow King. We have Shadow King to be able to offset one of the lanes. Do we ever make a massive Thor? Go ahead and do it just in case they play over there. Ooh, Scarlet Spider. Scarlet Spider away from Symbiote Spider-Man? Oh no, Thor doesn't work with it, no. But it works with the hammer. Like we could double trigger it like this. What's with the Scarlet Spider? Fish Lady? Who is Fish Lady? Oh, Namora? We do have our Shadow King. I don't think we'll have priority. Oh no, Fish Lady mid? Oh, double Fish Lady. The immediate expansion, which makes sense. But now they can do like a Scar. We can do Shadow King. Bring this down to 5. This down to 7. It's gonna be up to 12. We're gonna need more than that. 5, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Into Hammer. But we won't get the Miss Marvel bonus, will we? No, yeah, we will. Hammer into Symbiote Spider-Man. I don't miss Ardmore? I understand. Yeah. Yep, not going back anywhere. Ooh, Scary. Fury. Scar. Definitely scarred. Can we beat it though? We get an extra 12. I think we beat the left lane.
Union to me.
Let's go.
To me.
Grab the 4 cubes against the Tuma, using their own symbiote Spider-Man against them. Shadow King and Copycat, right? Could have done that too. Beating a 22 power was crazy. I know. It was wild. Sometimes they fall in line, and so maybe I was hasty on the deck. We didn't get Misery that game, but we gave the opponent a good happy helping of Misery for sure. We're about to crack into the 200 or into the hundreds again. Show us your God splits. I don't really have great God splits. My splits are kind of boring. My favorite one is Debris because it has the gold crackle and the gold border. I don't have a whole lot. Next up we have Duplicius. First location being Lemuria. We do get Misery. Wait. We can do kind of evil, but I kind of like it. We can do White Widow into whatever 3 cost. Maybe Copycat into Misery. I love this line. So White Widow, Copycat, Misery, they revive after 5 here, come back around again. And so we'll get the re-trigger. We're going to get 3 reductions on Duplicius and still have the big one coming up. Oh, you said he hates Misery? Really? I don't mind Misery. A lot of times it does feel like it's tough to get the full payoff that you need, but I don't mind it. Now, with Nightcrawler, with Jeff, I'm assuming we're looking at a Namora deck. So we probably end up needing... Shadow King to be able to win. It looks like I was not wrong. 100% Namora? Yeah. They don't get the bonus in mid, though, so that's good. And double affliction on their cards in hand. We also get Shadow King, so good. We go a Nocturne Jeff. We let our White Widow come back and then, ooh, okay, White Tiger. So they're capped out of mid. I think we'll have the lead. Oh my goodness, look at this massive Copycat. Whew. That is a lot of +1s. Okay. How do we win from here, though? They hit this with an Odin. It's not a big deal. This would be 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 would be 14. Titano, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So this would end up being 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yours was 14, right? 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. If they leave the Jeff where he's at, which I think they will. About to suggest Quake left. Oh, last turn to fill the Wong slot. Ooh, Kupo, that would have been good. Marvel mid? Miss Marvel mid? Maybe. I guess what we're hoping for is that we hit their Odin with a couple of Copycat triggers. Would be like what we're hoping for if they go with the Odin line. Oh. Ironheart, that's fine. Ironheart Sage. Oh, big money. Yeah, the Thor coming in. And they're going to be so Thor about this decision we made. We take away all of their upside. Whew. What a game.
Victory.
Won't Shadow King undo Copycat? Oh yeah, not in mid. We're doing Shadow King to the right. Take the 4 cubes. Let's jump over into the next one. All right, so that's the Misery game that I definitely wanted. Game where she like really showed an impact. What's your impressions of the new card? In a lot of cases, she feels clunky. That 4 cost card slot is so incredibly impactful. Like for it to make the cut in deck building, it typically has to be like a game warping ability. How'd you get your cards back? The middle location was Valley of the Dead, the one that revives them after turn 5. And yes, she does reproc it if she doesn't destroy it. You said you hoped Copycat hit their Odin. Oh, gotcha, the Odin. Okay, gotcha, Mopey. I'm with you now. So we would have undone the negative affliction with the Shadow King. You're right. All right, next up we have Rockman. The first location, Central Park. We do have White Widow. Then we can protect from Clutter with like a Nocturne. And then we're gonna rip away Dream Dimension because it's such a rough location for so many decks, including ours. Then into the white hot room. We could clear the squirrels, but I think we do this. Next turn would be Beta Ray. We move Nocturne into mid. Misery would be better as a 3-5. I feel like 3-5 might be crazy strong stat line for her. But even then, you're right. She may not be completely crazy. I'm not going to rip away Limbo yet. I'm going to hold it. Yeah, we're going to rip it away eventually. But I want them to not know for sure if they're going to have that last turn or not. Mr. Negative. Beautiful. Misery. I mean, we could go Jane Foster this turn. But I also feel like adding one more clutter piece over here could be pretty big. Kind of want to go Misery instead of Jane Foster, but that feels wrong. Build to the left and then Quake could have gotten us the extra energy. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and just do Jane Foster. We're not gonna do anything crazy. This is somewhat like what I have in mind. I have her in. Miss Marvel is a good call though. Akshay with the 10 community gifted subs, coming in so clutch. Appreciates all of the support. If you got one of the gifted subs, make sure to give them a big thank you. That brings us up to 1.37 1.37 thousand subs. And 27 for the day. Thank you so much for the support. So we rip away Nocturne. We go Stormbreaker. We even go Misery. Well, I gotta go Misery, but do it in this lane, and then Jeff, call it a day. Hope that the left is enough. Hope that they don't flood. Hope that the mind games with Limbo is enough that they kind of misplay it a bit. And then Keepog, he said, "Hi TLSG, just tuned in. A quick question, if you don't mind. Have you tried out Misery and Mill yet?" I did, the issue that I was struggling or running into, I was gonna undo it and leave a turn 7. The issue I was running into with Mill was that even if I could get the Mill things to happen, winning the game from there with the ones that they had in their hand still was a problem. And then Akshay, you said, "Love your content since when we started back in early days of Marvel Snap. Love to see you keep growing." Thank you so much, Akshay. It means a load. Hit the magic. No, unfortunately. Yeah, they're gonna get the 4. I really wish we would have undone the turn to leave that turn 7. And so I think there might be an okay line for it. I saw a way to do like the Mill. It was like a Mill Clutter hybrid. But and then whatever, Ricky, you said TLSG, I'm your biggest fan. Whatever, Ricky. I appreciate you being here, Ricky. Hopefully you're having a great day. Left for a bit. Any progress on how we're feeling towards the card? She feels okay. She feels okay. I mean, most of the time she feels kind of rough to use. I think she feels okay with like the White Widow stuff, with Black Widow. If you got that line just perfectly, then it was a lot of disruption for the opponent. They really couldn't draw much for most of the game. It was just, how do you win from that? And so I think she's playable. But I don't know. I don't know how much further out I go. I'm not sure that I would say that she's strong. I still think Scream was probably stronger, and Scream feels like she'll be used very rarely. Now, I could be wrong. We could end up finding something cool from Misery, but she doesn't feel amazing. And I did try a little bit with the Ronin Korg Rock Slide stuff. And I went I went 4 and 2 with 1 tie. It felt okay. A lot of times I didn't feel like I got a good use out of Misery. If I got the perfect like curve with like a Korg, a Master Mold, like a Black Widow, then it was huge. But more often than not, it's great. Athena's begging to get Shadow King. It was till the Cosmo. But not so much anymore. I just like all the do it again cards, like Absorber Man, Grandmaster, Symbiote, Spider-Man, and now Misery. Yeah, I think there will always be a decent way to use them.
I am.
Finding
Iron
the way
Man.
to do it. All right, so Iron Man, we're looking at a follow-up of either Sneak or Claw. I guess Mystique in the left is pretty bad. Brings them up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 max. Athena variant? Yeah. Good Athena variant. Is your maybe the card like Ajax 1-2? Shadow King mid? Oh, yeah. Shadow King mid was the call. No longer? I don't think they're gonna have one cost.
Iron Man.
I think it's gonna be 2 3s, like a. I was gonna say a Mystique and a Cosmo, or a Mystique, yeah, Mystique Cosmo. They already have Cosmo out. Mystique speed it was. And so even with the the left with the kiss wasn't gonna be quite enough. Are destroy deck goods? Are destroy decks good? Destroy decks they're not flashy, they're not crazy, but they're very consistent. They can go incredibly tall if you hit your high roll, and they've been at least relevant for months and months and months without any kind of major change. Have you tried a Misery Cassandra Nova armor line? I have not. It feels like there might be too many cards in that to make it consistent. Like I'm already struggling to draw Misery. In addition, having to draw armor and Cassandra might be less often than ideal. But if you can get all 3, then I think it would work well. Yep, Misery will re-trigger the on reveal even if they're protected by like Wakanda or armor. It keeps them kind of sheltered.
Face the might of Asgard! Mjolnir!
Now, Kia, interesting. I kind of want to do this. Get the free raft resource. Then maybe we, I don't know. But that also feels super greedy. What'd you eat today? So I ate a factor meal. It was a chicken parmesan pasta. No, chicken Alfredo pasta.
To me!
Chicken Alfredo pasta and cooked garlic. Garlic broccoli. I don't know what happened. My brain shut down. I can't talk. Let's go Miss Marvel. Wait, could mess him up? How so?
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Ice
enough.
RR, thank you so much for the prime or resub. Very much appreciate the support. I appreciate you being here. That puts us up to 28 for the day. Marvel's kind of not good here. The 0 cost. Not sure how Quake messes them up though. Oh, Mobius. Mobius Quake. Could do Jeff Quake, I guess. Ah, what are the chances? Huh. I don't think I've seen a Mobius in months. What is their deck? I have no idea. I think we lost to it. I just ate pizza? Arsham? No, it wasn't an Arsham deck. Believe it or not. What? All we needed to do was do one of those over to the left. And oh, never mind. We weren't gonna win anyways. Saw it being used in a Ronin shell? Yeah. Yeah, I tried it in a Ronin shell. I'm gonna miss you. Ads make me sad, but they feed TLSG, so I'm glad. I like it. Alright, we'll go into another game here in just a second. Right now we're back to just a 50-50 with the build that is going crazy for something else. I doubt stats have been updated. Alright, let's go ahead and jump back in. What happened? Did you win? Would it make you happier if we won? We didn't win. I didn't even realize how long TLSG has been streaming for. Yeah, we've been almost 5 hours. Oh, in that case, Ricky, we won. We beat him. Casserole even. Next up, we have Gwanda. The first location is Altar of Death, which could give us some value on Quake. I guess we could also start pressuring that lane with like a White Widow. How long are you streaming? I'm not sure. This is very suspicious. What happened to the emote only chat reward? It should still be there, Nimbus. Did it disappear? I wanted to... Ooh, the Master Mold maybe isn't fantastic. All of these switch sides after this turn, which I think is super funny. And we have 5 energy, so we could always do like double Sentinel Clutter to them. Found it? Okay. And then Say Win said, "Ayo, it's time for some positive vibes and dirty decks. Hope you're well." I'm doing incredibly well. We're having a little bit of a tough time finding a like amazing build for Misery. I think there's some that do decently well, like closer to like an original Clutter deck does really well and has good stats. Something like what we're running has some pretty good stats for a pretty good sample size. But my issue is that just it doesn't feel like a super consistent way to get power. And did I turn on? Oh, let me turn on emote only chat. I'm sorry. There we go. We have 2 minutes of the emote only chat, and then we'll be right back. So next up we have Supreme Savage. The first location is Sinister London. And Boosty, welcome in. First time seeing you today. The double X23 is a little bit scary. You could always do, potentially, if we grab priority, do a Quake to shift it away from what they're wanting to duplicate. Venomized Wolverine looks wild. Alright, let's go double Nocturne. We can always rip away Sinister London whenever we need.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe. We also have Misery that we could use to potentially reproc White Widow. Have a team to deal with the Venom.
Enough said, bub.
I wish they would have both went right.
Venom.
One of those pop right or good.
Bub.
The right. Right. I guess they could have a Killmonger, yeah? Clear out the X23. Okay, Misery to add a little bit more clutter into it. We got all the emotes going. And so we do clutter them up in left, potentially right as well. If it bounces over there, beautiful. Now, if they have a Killmonger, they can destroy the X23s. But those would have to bounce back to their same spot. My goodness. I think the game is done.
Oh, snap. Victory.
We will take the Misery clutter where we can. Let's jump into the next one. All right, let's release you guys from the emote only chat. I'll give it a couple more seconds. Once we get into our next one, I'll release you guys. Want to make sure that we get full use out of it. All right, there we go. You guys are free. Back to chat land. We do get, and then with the loops, everything's on fire. Welcome back, you guys. Next up, we have Pi. Valley of the Hand is beautiful for Misery. So they hit our Yondu. Yondu hit our White Widow, which will resummon here, which is beautiful. We could all. We can also do the Quake and shift Space Throne over into the Yondu lane. What's your first impressions of Misery? She's okay. I don't think she's going to be crazy by any means, but I do think she creates some potentially like annoying combo lines whenever they pop off. All right, let's go ahead and lock it in. We're gonna be stuck with just the Yondu left. He loves some good Quake value. And we do get Misery. Great Web I don't like, so I'm going to go ahead and prioritize getting Nocturne, see if maybe we get lucky enough and she rips over there. It was a good play until it wasn't. What time is it over there? So right now it's 5:18 p.m. So I don't know exactly how long I'll be streaming. Ooh. They ruined their chances. It's now a 33% chance for Yondu. Take it. Take those odds. So Baron Zemo comes in. Let's change the Great Web, because awful. To... I'm going to do into... I guess Thor, mid. We can do Jane Foster left.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
tough set of a tough set of locations for Pi. My goodness. Killmonger's good. Monger clears. Still win or auto win right. Wow, and we just outright drew Mjolnir. It's a weird game. It's a super weird game. If we happen to draw Jeff, play a couple of cards over in the left lane, like Mjolnir, we'd have to draw something else as well. 3 hours in, do we think Misery's worth the key? I think she'll, I don't know. There goes Jeff. Jane Foster left actually would have been the play. Now we can't match it. Comes down to rest in peace, Jeff. Yeah. I think this is the best we got. Oh, oh, no, one more turn. All right. Vader left, yeah.
To me.
I thought it was, oh. Late, we ripped it. Do we ever scam the right lane? So this is 3, 4, 0, and 5. We can scam it with an extra 5. Man, I can't believe. Limbo. I played into the Echo lane. I played into Limbo thinking it was the last turn of the game. And we've still been climbing somehow. No way Surfer's putting that much down. F. Oh my god, that was incredibly close.
Victory.
Yeah, Miss Marvel saved us. Whew, what a weird game. Weird game indeed. No, the opponent's math was right. They didn't realize we had Miss Marvel. So we're 6-3 with the deck. It's doing solid. I'd be curious whose it is. Fenortner? Thank you so much for resubbing with Prime for the 4th month. Very much appreciate you taking the time to remember to drop the sub or resub my way. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a good one. It pushes us to something like 29:30 for today, which is huge support. Let's go ahead and skip turn 1. Next up we have feet picks. First location is Asgard. We have Misery. 4, we have White Widow. So we could either use it early to curve into an extra White Widow. We can either skip the turn. Play Killmonger. I think we're going to skip it. How do you sub with Prime? So if you have Amazon Prime, it's really tough to do on mobile. But if you're on a computer, it's just clicking the sub button below the stream. And then there's a little checkbox for... to use your Prime sub for it. Wait, Woke, you said bye? You played Cooters in her chat? Take care, everyone. Just wanted to let you know. Wait, right now we're playing, or we did before? But let's go ahead and do Misery over to the left. We re-trigger White Widow, so they have another Widow's Kiss over there. And we have a decent body in the lane at 7. Ooh, Dagger Ghost Spider. And we know that they don't have Madam Web, so they're locked in here. They only eye this left lane. Then Rufus, first time watching a stream. I'm a YouTube watcher. Welcome in, Rufus. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that you enjoy the YouTube, and I'm glad you made the journey over into the stream as well. I've definitely been doing some more consistent streams for sure. We only need it like a tiny bit more over here. We can always do this. 5, 6, 7, 8 allow us to move the misery. Look to do Killmonger to destroy the Ghost Spider. We also have well played. We also have the Shadow King to be able to offset a big move of theirs. With Nocturne, they can still clear out in the Collapse Mine. I've been doing more consistent streams, that's for sure. I'm old enough. Say that to me. Oh, Guinea. So, I think we 7. Take them down by 3, so this is another 5. Bringing us up to 13. We would need another 3 there, or another 4. Win it. That doesn't feel great. Also do like longer Nocturne. I don't know that we win this one. Our high space power play is just to do Jane Foster. That feels kind of bad. Heimdall? Maybe. But none of their stuff would buff up with the move.
Victory.
I thought we lost that one for sure. I broke TLSG. He sure did. Close once again, incredibly close once again, but we've somehow managed to be on the the positive flip side of all of them so far. Snap gods are on your side today. They are indeed. My goodness, they are indeed. Did you try some sort of hazmat Ajax misery clog? I didn't, because of how curving out hazmat early to re-trigger with misery feels a little bit, I don't know. Maybe it's there. All right, let's go ahead and go. Jeff, we can do a funny Quake play here. Probably Quake into mid, I'd imagine. Right, they did lose their Shang-Chi, but we lost Beta Ray. We also have their Kyre, so we know that they don't have that. I think we do this. We get the bonus extra energy next turn, and we make them destroy stuff here. Electro and Cersei. I do. Quake Sokovia. Yeah. Yeah, Quake Sokovia, it's going to move Murder World here. And then whatever they have in mid is going to die. Oh no, not the War Machine. Rest in peace, War Machine. Rough.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Phoenix. Thank you so much for the 1 month at tier 3. That helps us get towards that partner plus quite a bit because it increases the sub points. So very much appreciate the tier 3 My goodness, incredibly generous. And so, I mean, we don't have a huge power output now, but it was still, oh, it's only turn 4. In that case, we go Thor into Jane Foster into hunting. Most cash money Quake play I've ever seen. My goodness, I'll take the 4. Let's jump into the next. Quake has been really, I think, carrying this list with some of those shifts that she's been doing. Somewhere a table is being flipped. They're absolutely punching the air. Can't help it. Loved this deck when Miss Marvel first came out. Glad to see it got better. I think I think it maybe just found time to rotate back in. I saw a cool Hood Misery Patriot deck with the Thorman, Black Swan, and Doom. Interesting one. Next up we have Queasy. Goes Queasy. We lost White Widow. They lose. I always miss it. Ooh, they lost Claw. And so they're running the Woody deck. That's really the most common deck that runs Claw right now. Is like a Kitty Pryde, Agent Venom. Nightcrawler wasn't in the original though. So unless it's been updated since then. Oh.
Oh, snap.
We'll love to see a good Nexus play. They don't even know what's coming for them. Now, they could have a Cosmo, but it's a matter of, do they know we have Quake? Probably not. So Goose, interesting. We don't want to make it too obvious that we're playing into any of the other lanes, so I feel like we maybe go ahead and play Thor into the Nexus. And it's just like an eject button if we don't look like we can win it.
Face the might of Asgard, Mjolnir!
That is a destroyer for sure. Alright, now let's go... I think Nocturne into Weapon X, so we can at least threaten to turn off the Nexus. I love any deck that runs Copycat. Missed the popularity of that card. Copycat was one that like long shot into popularity and then like disappeared overnight, it feels like. War Machine, let's go Jane Foster left. Looking to slowly position cards over into Weapon X without them realizing that that's where we're full sending. Whatever Ricky said, what's the fastest way to unlock cards? Ooh, stormed it. The fastest way to unlock cards is, well, credit card is the like absolute fastest, but it's not a means for most. Other than that, making sure you're doing your dailies and weeklies, and then pushing your rank where you can also be pretty helpful. So they can do an Infinite, which is not in our favor. You can do Jeff, Mjolnir, Misery, double trigger in the Thor lane, maybe compete in the Black Vortex. We don't really know. They can drop an Infinite somewhere, is what we're worried about. So even if this double triggers, I don't think we beat that play. I think it really comes down to if we win the Destroyer. Mjolnir first. I want Mjolnir to not turn into the 6 cost card. I want to re-trigger it. Nocturne into Storm. It's the last turn. So maybe that helps us beat the... So this would be, what, 6-12... 16-20? We wouldn't beat the Infinite anyways. That Infinite left. We need some luck in mid. Big.
Are the future.
I don't think that's good luck, though. That's luck, but I don't think it's good luck, because I think the left is instant, and we're going to destroy our Magneto.
We are the future.
Mjolnir, to me!
Hello! Can you understand me?
Wait, what were we doing in that one for 8? We should have ran. Oh well. It's okay. All right, I think that's what we're gonna end on. We're gonna end on an 8 cube getting rolled. We'll find you someone to raid over into. I'm gonna head out, go pick up my daughter. Then I don't know. I wanted to do a spotlight on the card, but I don't know. I may just skip today for video wise and release one tomorrow before I go live. And so we are gonna go ahead and raid over. Who's live right now? We have Dexter with some brews. Woody. I can't tell. We'll go ahead and raid over into Dexter, and we will catch you guys again. I'll be live again tomorrow, around the same time. So around 11 a.m. Central Time would be around when we're going to be going. And so I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for the drop day. I had an absolute blast. Climbed quite a bit, all things considered. We climbed a little over 100 and something ranks to 200. So we just continue pushing that way. We're going to go ahead and send you guys over. Thank you guys again. We will catch you again very, very soon. Hopefully you all have a great rest of your day. In 5 seconds, I'll be able to push you guys over that direction. We will see you again very soon. Thank you, guys.
Drawing, I should have played Power Stone. Does not matter. TLSG, thank you for the raid.